In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Are you ready? I'm ready. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm a little sleepy this morning. But don't worry, I've got plenty of crack. We're going to smoke said crack, and we're going to be fine. We're going to get that jolt that you need. I'm feeling old this morning. I woke up and I've just got a neck thing. I hate this. Not even 40. Not even close to 40. There's a debate going on in my home that I'm close to 40. I'm not close to 40. I'm 37, especially for the next 12 days. I'm 37. I'm not close to 40. Close to 40 is 39. 39 is close. As long as I'm 37, I'm closer to 35 than I am to 40. So I'm not almost 40 yet. It is the Christmas season, so I am going to be very busy delivering Amazon packages today, so I had to wear my Amazon shirt. We also had $100 come in by some very generous people overnight. So instead of hiding that from you, today's goal is $100 lower than it was at the end of the evening show. So thank you guys for that. 220, I believe, is your number for today. 220, which means I'll shut my fucking mouth for a couple of hours here. Why not? Couple of hours, free show for a couple of hours. Get the fuck out of here. Then if you guys just start being retardedly generous and just throwing 20s at us for a while, we'll have this thing hammered out in no time. So it's looking like it's going to be a pretty good Thursday. Yeah, I do have neck things are the worst, especially those like up and to the right neck things. It's like you can sit here. I could sit here and do this. Like it's one of those neck things where you find a spot, and if you take your middle thumb knuckle there and you just push it into it, But I can't sit here and do a show like this. I look ridiculous. And a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous. I can't sit here with my thumb jammed into my neck and just going like this all day. Oh. Because if I'm not talking to you guys and I don't have to put on a show, here's the sounds I want to make. I want to take my thumb knuckle right there. I want to put it right here on this little nerve or whatever this is on my neck. Push on it, and when I push on it, the bottom of my right foot goes tingly, and I can just go, oh, fuck. See that's how I want to sound right now. It's not appetizing. So instead, we're going to talk a bunch of shit about the news. We're going to talk unfairly about people. We're going to malign people, criticize them, upset them. I got somebody sent me some DMs. Out of nowhere, I got some DMs yesterday. I'm not going to say from. I don't want to embarrass. It was fucking embarrassing for the person. But a personality well, a personality, someone who makes appearances on shows like sent me messages, and they're defending like Patrick Melton talking about the kids stuff. And they're like, you should stop saying that. And I'm like, why? They're like, it makes me uncomfortable. And I'm like, well, but he said it. Like, it's true. Like, whenever someone mentions his name, I think the first thing they should mention is, here's what this guy likes to talk about. It's a giant red flag that you probably shouldn't, associate with that kind of person. And they're like, and so they make that point, and I'm like, first of all, I didn't ask you. So I'm like, all right, here's why I do that. And they're like, I understand, but maybe you should stop, and maybe you should. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to stop. And they're like, stop spinning your narrative at me. I'm like, I'm not. It was so mentally ill. I'm like, bro, I'm not spinning a narrative at you. I didn't even ask to talk to you. It's like I said last night, it was like someone walking into your house and criticizing the way you put your dishes away. And then when you go, well, no, it's my home, and these are where I put my dishes. And stop spinning a narrative and brainwashing me on your dishes. I'm like, get the fuck out of my house. Like, what are you doing? Stop watching me do the dishes in my home. Stop spinning a narrative at me. I'm not spinning a narrative at you. I didn't even ask to talk to you. It's weird, man. The internet is just full of, when everyone else takes it so seriously and you're just so matter of fact about it, everyone else just, it makes you, you're in like funhouse mirrors. You're like, what is reality? So like, I got that yesterday, and I'm just like, well, this is definitely passing the time. And it was one of those things where you like agree to disagree. You're like, this is why I did it. And they're like, okay. You're like, good. Okay, that's over. And then like an hour later, they'll be like, well, just another thing I want to. And then they just repeat the same thing they've been saying at you over and over. Like, that's one thing in relationship. Like, it felt like a girlfriend, like a bad girlfriend. And they're sending you messages, and like they keep wanting to repeat the same thing at you because they didn't get the response they wanted. And so they write you again, and they're like, just one more thing. And it's not one more thing. It's just the same thing that they've been saying over and over. And you're like, how the fuck do I get this crazy person to stop talking to me? And like, I was being very nice. I'm like, look, I did not ask for this conversation. I've explained to you without needing to explain to you. I've done you a great courtesy of, breaking this down for you and being nice. I haven't called you a psycho once. That's all I got for you. I could tell I disappointed the person, and I don't want to disappoint people, but with internet people, it's very easy to disappoint them. Isn't it Greasy with $5 says the CEO Getter sets an unfair beauty standard for criminals worldwide. Yeah, I think Luigi Mangione, a lot of girls find him cute. Kind of like Joker Tsarnaev. Remember the Boston Marathon bomber? They were putting him on the covers of magazines and shit. Like, isn't he hot? And I'm like, the hot thing definitely is outweighed by the whole shrapnel bomb ripping apart marathon runners and children thing. But okay. There is that great debate that's happening in our country right now, whether or not it's okay to celebrate the killer. And the answer is no. Like, it's not okay to celebrate the killer. It's okay to be pissed off at the healthcare industry. It's okay to hate the CEOs that run the healthcare industry. It's okay to say, out of all the people who have ever been murdered, this guy is one of the harder ones to feel sorry for. That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. When you start complimenting this guy and saying he's good and maybe this is the start of something, that's where you get a little weird. When you start hoping for it. You can think it. You can be like, oh, this could be the start of something. Like, holy shit, what if people just start offing healthcare CEOs? That's fine to think. In fact, that's something you probably should think about and whatever. But there's a difference between that and watch this one going, I really hope people start fucking killing CEOs soon. Like, that's a different, those are two different reactions. And the Luigi Mangione thing, like, the more we find out about this guy, he is unstable. Like, this is a sick puppy we're talking about. This isn't like, this isn't Guy Fawkes, This is a guy fucked up. This is a little bit different dude. So, like, when I watch TV shows and people are like, yeah, it's pretty fucking based. No, it's not. It's not pretty fucking based. I don't think so. Cheeseburger Pie says, I was not watching you put away your dishes. Stop spinning a narrative. No, Cheeseburger Pie, it wasn't you. I said they were an internet personality. And the person who wrote me is barely one, too, but no. No. Thank you, Phantom X, by the way. I agree with what you said. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, Luigi is good. I expect that from numero uno Josh Denny. MSO says, is this a show or a therapy session? There's no difference. That's not MSO. I have to tell you something. I have terrible news. And you're newer to Steel Toe. But for the last 10 years, there is no difference between a show and a therapy session. All good show hosts, all the good ones, me, everyone else, all of them use their show as a form of therapy session. Now you know you are empowered with knowledge. Go forward in the grace and favor of the Lord. Fauci's Pangolin says, You've never been in the arena of battle. You're not a patriot. Mr. Beat says, Ben Shapiro's video got ratioed hard by Luigi fans. Whoa, mamma mia. What did Ben Shapiro say? Here's the thing about Ben Shapiro, though. Ben Shapiro is one of those guys who's very forceful with his opinions, and Ben Shapiro knows who thinks he's a dick, and he purposely antagonizes those people, which, look, I'm not going to shit on him for that. That's what I do on a daily basis. I regularly antagonize people who don't like me. So like Ben Shapiro, you'll never hear Ben Shapiro complain that like people are ratioing me, and they're saying, I think sometimes Ben Shapiro's trying to get ratioed, because you do know that being ratioed is not a bad thing, right? It's another way of being a heel. There are times where like I'll tweet something out and it'll get a shitload of likes and not as many replies. And I'll be like, fuck, I'm not getting ratioed. I didn't like fully put that tweet out there for people to like it. I was kind of, sometimes you're chumming the waters a little bit and people end up liking it. And you're like, well, no, you're not. Sometimes you get a good response and you're not happy about it. And I think Ben Shapiro's cut from that cloth. I think sometimes Ben Shapiro's like, I'm going to say something that's going to make people think I'm a giant piece of shit. And then people will share it and they'll be like, fucking based Ben Shapiro. And he'll be like, I need to Jew it up a little bit more. Where's his rant? I'm looking for Ben Shapiro's rant on Luigi. What did he say? I'm not seeing anything on Ben Shapiro and Luigi. I think we're all a little jealous of his core work. I think that's fair to say. I'm not going to sit here and hide and try to trick you people. Oh, here it is. Ben Shapiro, the evil revolutionary left, cheers murder. And this guy says Ben Shapiro got destroyed on his video talking about the left's reaction. No, he didn't. Guys, I'm sorry to explain the world to people who live on the internet. I know they don't like that. I know they think I'm a cunt when I do it, but you guys need it. They're like, look at Ben Shapiro. You had 25,000 thumbs down and only 5,800 thumbs up. The internet destroyed him. No, they didn't. A shitload of people watched it. Guys, there's only one thing in this game. There are no likes or dislikes. That does not matter. All that is a temper tantrum. Either a temper tantrum to the good or a temper tantrum to the bad. The views and the money, that's all that counts. If they destroyed Ben Shapiro on the Luigi thing, Ben Shapiro he'd have nothing today. The Daily Wire would be shutting down. It would be over. Or Ben Shapiro would have to completely reinvent himself in order to survive. No. It doesn't matter if they liked his video or they hated his video. Did they watch the video? And again, this is where my experience in actual media comes into play. A hate watcher watches you a shitload of a lot longer than a love watcher does. Someone who loves what you do will go, okay, that's enough, Aaron, for today. I'm full. I'm good. A hate watcher will be like, I gotta hear what this fucker says next because I hate his fucking guts. That kind of person is your biggest fan and a huge asset. Because in order to get people to hate you, you have to be incredibly interesting. You cannot be dull and be hated. People will just be indifferent towards you. So like when a Ben Shapiro, and I don't like Ben Shapiro. I'm not a Ben Shapiro fan. But you cannot deny that Ben Shapiro is immensely talented and very popular. And yes, you hating Ben Shapiro and you being one of those people who clicked thumbs down on his YouTube video, you're one of the people who confirmed that Ben Shapiro is incredibly talented and very good at what he does because he got you to emote. Did he get you to feel something? That's fucking talent. Do you know how many people on a regular basis can't get people to feel a goddamn thing? To be able to get a human being to hate you or love you is an amazing ability to manipulate the human psyche. That's fucking hard. And if you're doing it by just giving your opinion on shit, you're a fucking wizard. So, I'd love to sit here and shit on Ben Shapiro, but people going like, Ben's got to take an L. He got ratioed. No, he doesn't. As a matter of fact, to be really popular saying super unpopular shit is harder than being someone who's aw shucks nice and getting people to like him. It takes some fucking balls. It takes some fucking balls. Joshua says, I've got to hear what this fucker says next. Once you say that, once you have to see Ben Shapiro's video and you go, I just have to see it because I can hate him. That's cope. It doesn't, the why doesn't matter. The minute you say, I've got to see what that fucking Ben Shapiro, I got to see what he says next. He's got you. You've lost. He's won. He's got you by the balls. That is not because you aren't hurting him. You aren't hurting Ben Shapiro by watching his video and most likely the ad that comes with it. You have to take the L on that. The Hobo Chili Recipe says if you've ever said Ben Shapiro, goodbye. If you've ever said, by the way, you are 100% right about Ice Mountain water. Yeah. I don't know how this works. Like, I've never heard water described as buttery before, but it works. Like, Ice Mountain water is buttery. Shut up. I'm not going to sit here and listen to the Hobo Chili Recipe now and go like, I told you, I can't stay away from butter. I shouldn't have said that to you. There's certain shit that I shouldn't say to you guys. And anything about me liking something and using butter in the same sentence, it's not working for me. It's another L for the toe. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says at the end of the day, there's only one universal truth. Ben's sister Abby has honkin' bazonkers and hates when you bring them up. Does she hate when you talk about her tits? I thought her brother did. I thought Ben didn't like you bringing up his sister's tits. Does she not like it? God. I mean, you get a wonderful gift of naturally heavy tits, and you're going to sit there and shit on people for... I don't know. That's like Michelangelo. That's like Michelangelo slapping people for looking up at the Sistine Chapel. What a cunt. That's not very nice. Hobo Chili says, remember, a Jew is advertising for Birch Gold. That right there is a red flag. Well, not to me. That just kind of seems like it fits. That just seems really like hand in glove kind of a thing. Sam Show says she does have some crazy jubies. That's a lovely way to put it. Thank you, Mirror420, for the $2. Appreciate that. Oh, God, somebody threw in $5 and I didn't thank him. Isn't it greasy with $5? Says, oh, no, the CEO getter sets an unfair beauty standard for criminals worldwide. Okay, I did get to that one. Whew. Hate to think that I was denying someone their contribution. 215 is the number for today. Thank you guys very much. You guys have been incredibly generous this week. It's going very, very well. Had a little hiccup Monday night, but we got over that. Again, 215 is the number. Throw in and let's get another win for the fucking toe. Aaron, I need to lock in. When is the Bonnie Blue topic? Is that the name of the lady who fucked 100 guys in a day? Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sometime in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll get to the 100 dicks in a day thing. That to me, like that 100 dicks in a day lady, that's like the most point A to point B story I've ever heard. Girl fucks 100 guys in a day. Girl cries about it later. Correct. Yes. I don't believe there's a woman in this world who could take 100 dicks in a day and not cry about it within the next 24 hours. You'd have to. I mean, at some point, like within 24 hours, the thought's going to creep into your head. Like, if you fuck 100 guys in a day, and in the next 24 hours, there is not a thought that comes into your head that goes, am I a giant fucking cum dumpster of a whore? And that thought alone is going to make you weep. That's going to make you cry. Just don't record yourself doing it. Record yourself fucking the 100 guys. Don't record yourself crying about it. You'll have a lengthy career in the business. That is a secret that I've learned. Oh, she is not good. Packer says she's planning on doing 1,000 in the next 24 hours next. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have a feeling that would be completely impossible. 1,000 divided by 24 is 41, so that's 41 an hour. How many a minute? Ironically, that's 0.69 a minute. Okay, so everybody gets 1 minute. Get in there. Because they don't have to come, right? My girlfriend fucked 100 guys. In a row? Yeah, in a row. Try not to fuck any dudes on your way out to the parking lot. Hey, you, get back here. 1,000? Jesus. Chips and Dip says porn star Houston did 300 in 24 hours. So you fucked 100 guys in a day and that wasn't even the record? You poor thing. Oh, my God. Look at her just getting right back up on the hoe bike, though. Is she really going with the 1,000? Dude, if she cried after 100, I shudder to think what she'll do at 1,000. I don't know. Maybe it gets you over some kind of slut hump and she'll have a parade after the 1,000. Papa Shab with a good idea. He says, hopefully God smites her after 1,000. Yeah, I don't think I think we can basically burn the Old Testament if this woman publicly fucks 1,000 guys in a day and nothing bad happens to her. Like, first of all, I'm willing to burn the Old Testament and say it's all horseshit if she doesn't die immediately, if she's not hit by lightning. But if she doesn't even so much as get an STD from fucking 1,000 guys a day, God doesn't exist. But you might as well, right? I mean, think about it. You fuck 100 guys in a day. What are you going to do? Like taper that number down and be respectable? No. Fucking lean in. You're the dick taking gal now. Sorry. That's your job. Triple N says 1,000 guys would be like one pump each. No, you could have a little over a minute a guy. You just get no breaks. Jesus Christ, the fucking chafing. It's not, I mean, you're not going to stay lubricated for that fucking long and that many. I mean, your body's just going to give out on you. It's going to stop producing anything. They're going to we need to shut this shit down. Packer says 3 holes, work the math. Fuck, dude, mouth doesn't count. You can't say you fucked 1,000 guys and 80 of them were in the mouth. That's 920 guys you fucked. I'll count butthole, but barely? because at least that's a dick going into a hole. It's the wrong one, if you want my humble opinion. 'Cause the Bible tells me so. So I don't think it, like, I think it should be 1,000 dicks going into your vagina. Not at the same time. Jesus Christ. Let's give her some leeway. But I don't, you know what? I guess we're just doing that story now, aren't we? We're leading off with that one today. Somebody said that that's not the guy that our audience member was even talking about. What is that? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Who? There's somebody else. There's another fuck chick I'm supposed to be talking about. I can't keep them all straight. Bappa Shop says the Old Testament was Jews telling Jews to stop sowing. Lo and behold, they made the Talmud after. It's like their New Testament. They can't. The Jews can't really roll with the New Testament. They're, you know, you don't want to celebrate the book where you're the villain, you know, where you're the heel. It's like Andre the Giant going, my best work was WrestleMania 3. You were the bad guy, though. Mad Joe with $2.99 says, who told you there were no consequences? Well, yeah, I guess it's not like she's showing us her blood tests or anything. Carlos Cameo says she'll probably spontaneously combust after. I mean, if there's like I said, if there's a God, she'll spontaneously combust. Snowcat Tish says, according to Google, the record is 919 men in 24 hours set in 2004. I thought I remember Stern talking about it. 919 men in 24 hours. I just hope that someone like that doesn't have a relationship with their father, because, like, imagine him having to go to work and people know who his daughter is. And then everybody's just head down, not saying it. Hi, Bill. Hi. Hey, well, we got a lot of work to do today. All right, see you later. There's always going to be one socially retarded guy at work who's like, hey, Bill, I saw your daughter's video. Holy shit, huh? It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So does one plan B take care of it, or does she need a bulk supply? Well, first of all, I don't think all 100 guys are coming, are they? Because you got to do a little over 4 guys an hour. That's one every 15 minutes. I guess everybody could come in those 15 minutes. I mean, that, like, I know that I know that a load is not very weighty, but when you get to 100 of them, if they're all busting inside, first of all, if they're all busting inside, she gained weight that day. Second, if they're not inside, like, you got to consider the time that they're going to need to towel her down afterwards. Otherwise, she's going to be like this weird crust kind of a thing. She's going to look like, remember the movie House of Wax, where one of the guys, they waxed him in alive? Like, that's kind of what she would look like. She would look like one of the waxed in people in House of Wax. She's going to burst into flames. It's going to be a slow death. She'll get into drugs or S. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hot Rod says the camera guy about puked from the smell in the room. I mean, it's not. And, dude, think about it. All that dick, you're throwing off your pH. You probably, oh, God, you reek at that point. You take too many different dicks, your pussy's a smelling like death, like really fucking bad. Like a Long John Silver's had a bunch of shit go bad at once. Bad news bears. Lander says, so basically her cervix has become little Auschwitz. Well, I don't know the religious composition of the guys she was fucking, but let's just get into the story now. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts. Lily Phillips is her name. That's not the person that that one commenter wanted to talk about. She completed a controversial stunt of sleeping with 100 men in one day. Now, I don't like them calling it a stunt. I don't think being a slagamuffin is really a stunt. Evel Knievel used to do stunts. Evel Knievel would jump over buses. He jumped over, what was it, the Green River Canyon. Like, Evel Knievel was a stunt man. 100 people in a day fucking them. That's not really a stunt, especially when you can lay back, you know? Joey Chestnut is more of a stunt man than this chick is. So she cried after having sex with 100 men. Now wants to sleep with 1,000 more. So she cried, you know, people act like that's impressive. Like, she cried after having sex with 100 men. I can show you girlfriends and wives of mine who have cried after having sex with one. I don't mean to be a story topper, but sometimes when you're good at something, like making people cry. OnlyFans model Lily Phillips made headlines when she embarked on an outrageous stunt to sleep with 100 men in one day. The adult star ended up having sex with 101 men. Aww, we should have put black and white spots all over him and named him Pongo and Purdy, you know. Appeared deeply affected by the stunt and said that she would not recommend anyone else attempting it. Oh, really? Thank you. Wow. She's like the Neil Armstrong of whores. She did this so that she could tell us all, that's one small cock for me, 100 giant cocks for mankind. See, I didn't know that that's the vibe she was going with. Surprisingly, she has now announced that she will take on a new challenge to sleep with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, come on. We're not sleeping with them. There's no time for sleep. No time for love, Dr. Jones. I mean, those guys got to get in and get the fuck out. She's got to fuck 0.7 dudes a minute. So you got to get in there, get out. Ew. Okay, the woman is obviously a fucking salute for doing something like this, but the caliber of man who would do this too. Like, even to be one of the 100. Ugh, there's no time to wash. There's no time for her to clean. There's no, you're mixing in there with all kinds of foul and evil. And even after the third one, the smell is going to start to get to you. Because you got a lot of things mixing in there and no cleaning, and it's going to be fucking rank. You're going to walk in and it's going to be like an Asian seafood market. And you're like, where's all the, I don't see any fish on ice. I don't see any shrimp or salmon. What the fuck is going on? Oh no, you're just guy number 932. Oh. I dreamed it up with my assistant. You have an assistant. Great. I can't even get a fully functional second mic. I'm kidding. I dreamed it up with my assistant. I can't. By the way, did you guys hear that yesterday? I wish Johnny was on today. I want to talk to him about something. I want to talk to Johnny about something. Did you hear him say that? Because I think it was, who's the guy who fucking hates him, who always gives him shit? Not Sam. It's not Sam's show. Andrew's son. Andrew's son wrote in yesterday, and he said, Johnny, you should pay Aaron for being on the show. And I made a joke, and I said, oh, yeah, I mean, is that an option? I never even thought that was an option. You want to pay me to? And then Johnny goes, Johnny got a fucking ego about it, and he goes, oh, yeah, if I even took a pay cut, I'd leave. I don't like to do this. And I wish you were on today and we could have this conversation. I don't want to do this, but I believe I'm paying him far better than any other podcast has offered to pay him. I don't think that, I mean, are there a lot of podcasts that are throwing money at him every month? Is this a thing? Is there I'm very much a capitalist, right? If you have a better deal out in front of you, go get the better deal. When Corey Adam and I were parting ways, he was saying oh, and we've had to cut pay recently and it's not as much. And I'd like to go out and, see what I can get. And to me, I said to Corey, I'm like, well, I mean, that's the free market. If you can go out and you can get more somewhere else, absolutely go out and do it. Now, in my mind, if you can't go out and get that much, then I was overpaying you. Then I was losing money on that deal. And then Corey went out there and he didn't find another gig and he didn't find another co-host thing. He even stopped doing the show he was doing because, and this is something that I think is fair to bring up, being a co-host on Steel Toe gets you numbers for whatever show you do later that day. Like being on Steel Toe got Corey viewers for the show he did later, as evidence that after he left Steel Toe, there was nobody left to watch his show. Same thing with Johnny. So when I make the joke where I'm like, can I try charging you for being on the show? And then they come back with, actually, if you didn't pay me what you pay me now, I would quit. I'd be really? Where is this all? Like, I gave Johnny a bump in pay because someone else left. And I thought that would be very nice. Rather than just, asking the audience for less, which we did that too. But, I mean, the evening show goal is down. But, like, instead of just asking for less, I go, well, let's give this guy more. Johnny didn't present me an offer that he got from another show. Nobody else was banging down the door to steal Johnny away from Steel Toe. I just graciously gave him more. Was he underpaid? I mean, no, he wasn't. You're only underpaid if somebody else is giving you more. If somebody else is going, I'll give you this much, and you're under contract to someone else for less, then yeah, you're underpaid because the market values you here. Like a lot of people have this weird attitude, and I used to have it when I was very, very young, that if you're not getting paid what you want, then you're underpaid. That's not true at all. You're only underpaid if there's a valuation out there for you that's higher than what you're getting. So like when Johnny was going, if I took one more pay cut, I'd be out of here. It's like, I could give you a pay cut and we could go out on the open market and we could find out you're still overpaid. And I have no problem paying Johnny what I pay him. That's not the issue. The issue is someone going, fucking cut it. I'll fucking leave. Like, I don't know about you. I'm the kind of guy where someone says something like that, I'm like, oh yeah, prove it. Because I learned with Corey when Corey was like, well, I need to go make money somewhere else. I'm like, okay, you're more than welcome to go make money somewhere else. And then they didn't, and you feel a little vindicated. MSO says KB offered Johnny $500 a show. Yeah, for a show or two. I'm talking about regularly. Melton's 9-year-old victim says Melton can sleep with 100 guys in a day. Thank you for the $2. He wouldn't even feel it. He's fucking gelatinous and gigantic. It would just feel like it was going in a fat fold. $1 from Aaron's box says that's shameful because Johnny also said he wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you. Radio helped him when he was... $1 from Aaron's box says you are better than what Johnny deserves. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I wish Johnny was on today so I could go, wait a minute. You kind of snuck a spitball past the batter there yesterday when you said if there was a pay cut, I'd be gone. And I would be like, I want to talk to you about that today. What the fuck was that all about? You know what it is? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what it is. Johnny's making all this money selling Gorilla Cum and futons and spiral ham and bald eagle meat, and he's getting a little big for his britches. That's what it is. Johnny's selling Gorilla Cum and reindeer jerky during Christmas season. Rudolph rump roast, and he's getting a big head on his shoulders. Look, that's what happens when entrepreneurs start hitting it rich. See, Mr. Beat says Johnny just sold his futon. He's N-word rich right now. It kind of feels like it a little bit, right? Triple N says, oh shit, Aaron calls crutches overpaid. I like to think, one thing about me, I'd like to think that I've always overpaid my guys, like in a good way. I've always, because market rate was what they were making at the radio station. because they took it and they kept doing it there. And I think the radio station was paying those guys like $10 an hour. It was bad. So when they came over here, technically, if I was a good businessman, I would have paid them $11 an hour, but that felt wrong to me. I was like, that is fucking gross. I don't want to do that. So I gave them 4 figures a month to come over and do the show. Wildly overpaid, but at the same time, you know, awfully nice. And that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be nice. And where did that get me? Approachable says, money isn't everything. I definitely believe Johnny is underpaying. I think he means underpaid for the amount of bullshit he needs to put up with. Okay, wait. This is where I have to defend people who do real jobs, not the bullshit that I do. Put up with what? Like, does the man on the scaffold put up with less than I do, than everyone else does? What do I have to deal with? What is John? I have to not defend myself. I have to defend my audience here for a minute, and not me and not Johnny. First of all, Johnny takes 1/1,000,000th of any kind of shit that I get. Second of all, I get 1,000,000 times more shit than Johnny does, and it's fine with me. Like, it affects me literally zero. Could not affect me less. I'm fine, and I put up with a lot of shit. Like, people who work for a living and have a boss who's a fucking power-hungry cunt to them and, like, ask them to work days where, like, their kid has a baseball game or something like that and won't give them the fucking day off, they're putting up with a lot more shit than I am or Johnny is. Let's be very clear about that. Let's be very clear about that. Sam Show says, the man on the scaffold can fucking walk, Aaron. All right, that bad example. Bad example. Mikey Two Milk says, Johnny has to deal with a lot of trolls that he wouldn't if it weren't for you, Aaron. Well, Johnny, if it weren't for me, Johnny wouldn't have any trolls he would have to deal with. He would have zero. Wouldn't even be in broadcasting. Wouldn't have to worry about any of it. That's true. Mikey Two Milks with a great point. If it wasn't for me, Johnny wouldn't have to deal with any kind of entertainment, anything. Would have none to deal with. Aaron has never watched Johnny's show, so that's not true. We've watched Johnny's show on this show when he was fucking zonked out of his mind. Aaron's box with $1 says, Johnny says you don't offer him health insurance. Johnny's a contractor and part-time worker. Why would I offer him health insurance? Los Federales with $1 says, Aaron, you're in a room with 100 dicks. How many would you gag on? 0, because I wouldn't suck any of them. I finally got that one right. Yes. I usually get that one. I usually give a number. Like, even if you say the number, even you say, a lot of people would think, oh, if you answer, oh, I would gag on all 100 of them. Guess what? You sucked all 100 of them, you fucking gay guy. But if you sit there and you go, Aaron, you're in a room with 100 dicks. How many do you gag on? 0, because I don't suck any of them. Although then it's just awkward. You're sitting in a room with 100 dicks. Like, are they out, or is it just 100 dudes are in a room? Because if you're in a room and it's 100 dudes, I mean, that could be like a stadium or something like that. Technically, in a stadium, you're in a room with tens of thousands of dicks. But are they all out? Because then then it would be awkward. It would be really weird. But it's better than sucking them all, in my opinion. Oh, boy. Oh, Mild says you didn't say the correct answer. I wouldn't be in a room with 100 dicks. Fuck. God damn it. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Johnny needs to join AFSCME labor union for more pay and better benefits. There we go. Got to get it on that AFSCME deal. Got to get in a movie and get a SAG card. Thank you very much for the $4.99, Red Fox Mad. 210 is our number for today. Approachable says, Aaron, I'm going to snap my fingers and make you believe you wouldn't suck 100 dicks if you had the option. Yeah, of course I wouldn't. I wouldn't suck 100 dicks. Why is that even a thing? Triple N says, what's your favorite Johnny bit? Mine? I don't even remember my own bits. I don't know. I don't even remember my own bits. All right, now people are getting fucking pissy. I'll move on. I just wanted to, Jesus Christ, sometimes I do a show for girls. No, I just thought it was funny yesterday. This whole thing started because someone brought up the thing Johnny said yesterday, and I went, motherfucker, I really wish Johnny was on today. Because I want to do a segment about what he meant by that whole, if I ever even had to take a pay cut, I would be out of here. It's like, oh, okay. It doesn't make you feel good as a person, you know? I feel like, approachable and annoyed Wawa supervisor. I feel like they're not really thinking about my feelings here. How did that make you? Aaron, I'm not here out of loyalty or because I like doing the show with you. If you paid me $5 less, I'll fucking leave. Oh. All right. I know where I stand. But then your defense of yourself on that is, oh, why? Is there someone offering you more to go elsewhere? That bothers me. $1 from Aaron's box says, Johnny says you aren't man enough to call him. I don't like Aaron's box and his baiting and all that shit. I'm not falling for that. All right, guys, we got to... were we in the middle of talking about the whore with the 1,000 men? Jesus, we haven't even gotten to her crying about it. I don't understand how you can cry about fucking 100 dudes in a day and then, like, wipe the tears and go... All right, I guess I'll try to fuck 1,000 now. It's you look at the state you're in. Do you really want to be this way? Stop doing this. Jesus. Johnny cried twice on the air, but it was about two different things. It wasn't about, the same thing. Now I'm just going to do a little Johnny Barbs because you guys are pissy about it. I can't help myself. But if you do a thing and it makes you cry and it makes you feel like shit, you don't then go do, well, I'm going to go do 10 times that thing now. Just go about your business of being a hoe and own it. I don't like that she gets to have the best of wait, whoa. Time out. No. That is not what I was going to say. That would have been a massive misunderstanding. Nobody in this chat is going to point out what I almost just did. I am not going on to the Rumble chat right now and seeing if anyone caught what I just did, because I didn't do it. I stopped myself before I said something remarkably retarded. Let's see if anyone gets. I'm just going to wait a little bit to see if anybody gets it, because I'm starting to think I might have gotten away with it. And now everybody's watching and going, ha. I knew it. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Jesse Ventura can help Johnny join the labor union. I hear he loves labor unions. Oh. Yeah, I guess somebody was giving Johnny shit in his chat yesterday about not being liberal enough and not supporting the Affordable Care Act. He was shitting on it yesterday. Jesus. Hot Rod says, I didn't catch it, but I'm hungover. Papa Shab says, best of both worlds. Yeah. That's what I did. I was about to say, I was about to go, well, come on, she can't fucking take 100 dicks, then cry about it and look sympathetic, and then afterwards go, now I'm going to fuck 1,000 dicks. Because now you get to play up for sympathy that, oh, this is so terrible, but then you also you fuck 1,000 guys. And I was going to say, now you're getting the best of both worlds. But that's not what I meant. That's not in no way is fucking 1,000 guys the best of both worlds. That's not what I...
Do not clip that.
Thank you, Kevin. That is not what I meant. Sam Show says, LOL, I rewinded. I'm shutting off that feature. But I didn't say it, you see. So it doesn't matter. By the way, thank you, Red Fox Mad. 205 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. Everybody jump in, throw a few bucks in. We'll knock it out. No, Helgi, I'm not going to.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, Victor got us a slowed down Kevin Brennan. Wow. I want to test that before we go any further with the OnlyFans hoe. Another win for the hoe. All right, let's delete that Kevin Brennan one and make room for this Kevin Brennan one. Brennan, wow. Good, done. All right.
Wow.
That's exactly what I wanted. Yay. Yay. Oh, that's my 100 dicks right there.
Wow.
That hit the perfect note. The perfect note. Oh man. All right, let's go into let's go into the cavernous vagina of what's her name? Lily Phillips. Los Federales with $2 says, Aaron, show us if you can lick your elbow. There we go. I love how I think I'm owning him. Now my hand is full of spit. Great. So Lily Phillips slept with 100 men in a day. And this is her right after the 100 dicks. First of all, I will give her this. She looks great for someone who should be basted in cum. The hair's a little flat, but your hair would be flat too if you'd just been ran through by 100 penises. There is that.
Not for the weak, girls. If I'm honest, it was hard.
I get it because of the cum and the hard dicks.
I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Why not?
I think if you're a different type of girl, it's very like...
If you're a different type, what do you mean, not a whore? If you're a different type of girl and your self-esteem is not tied to the amount of dicks that perforate your vagina, this might not be for you. Fuck, if you've got shopping to do, this isn't right for you. I mean, half the men women sleep with, at the very least, they second guess by the morning, and that's just one. Jesus, lady.
It's kind of like being a prostitute in a sense of like...
It's kind of like being a prostitute. No, miss, it's way more than being a prostitute. That, honestly, that is like making 500,000 loaves of bread for starving Ukrainians and going, you know, it's kind of like being a baker at a grocery store. No, it's way, way more than that. It's kind of like being a prostitute. So not one of those loads upped your IQ at all. There was no intelligence in any of those loads that kind of got absorbed by osmosis. It's kind of like being a prostitute. I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It's kind of like being a prostitute in a sense of like, it's just a different feeling. I don't know how to explain it. Like
you ever take one hard dick? Now take 100. You can't explain it. You fucked 100 dudes. That's how you explain it.
It's not like just having sex with someone.
yeah. Just one in, one out. Like it feels intense.
Like more intense than you thought it might.
Definitely.
What? Like sometimes people are exactly who you thought they were. Like sometimes people live up to exactly what you thought they would be. Like you listen to about this woman and she goes, oh, it's so difficult taking 100 days. It's much like being a prostitute. And then like she struggles to describe what taking 100 dicks is like. And then you go, oh, so she's exactly every bit the brain dead fucking whore that I thought she was. Oh, okay. Is this more of the video? We got more Lily Phillips clips.
Honest, it was hard. I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Why not?
No, this is the same.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, this here is
just
more.
having sex with someone.
Yeah. just one in, one out, like it feels intense.
Like more intense than you thought it might.
Definitely.
It's
Sorry.
okay. It's okay.
Ah, yes, the moment where you realize you're kind of just a hoe. It's rough. It's very difficult.
Yeah, 1 minute.
A bit blown out, are you? You know who's the worst in all this? That guy's the worst because he's like a producer, filmer, buyer. Like, this guy doesn't feel bad about what he's involved in at all. Like, that guy might be worse than her because he's like, keep her talk. Like, he's the devil on her shoulder. She's just the lowly sinner taking 100 dicks in a day. You know, she hardly knows better. This is the guy who's like, keep the whore talking. Keep the whore saying things about taking the 100 dicks. See how emotional we can make her. This guy's worse than her. Because he knows what this is and he's digging. He's going to keep going. Wait, there's people who are out there feeling sorry for her? No. Nobody out there is feeling sorry for Lily Phillips. Is this a new clip?
I spent 14 consecutive hours getting ran through, and now I'm going to be doing 24 because I'm going to be going for the world record early February next year. I'm going to go for 1,000.
I mean, just an unlovable skank. There's no other way to put it. I don't have any way to put it. That's what it is. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, I'd hate to be the 100th guy, but then again, the men aren't any better than the girl. I mean, in many ways, the men are worse than the girl. Like, if you're man number, 6 or later, that's really bad. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, a prostitute has more dignity. Right, because a prostitute has a transaction like, all right, money on the dresser, here's how much time you get, this is what we're going to do. They lay out the parameters. It's very businesslike. But just you don't have time to negotiate terms when you're fucking 100 or 1,000 guys in a day. You're just like, all right, come on, shove it. Like, you're basically tied to a machine, legs akimbo, just going, all right, your turn, go ahead. Hump, 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 go. What the fuck, bro? 383 Novocaine with $1 says Lisa Sparks has the world records for gangbang, but they only got to bang her for 45 seconds per dick. Oh no, those poor guys. Aaron's Box with $1 says they say your ex slept with 1.5 men between you and Nick. Well, he is a very slender, tiny, little, thin-boned man. What are you gonna do? A half? It's probably generous. Probably a half is probably generous. All right, let's move on from the 100 dicks in a day girl. And again, the lesson she took from this, the big lesson, let's go for 1,000. Atta girl. She comes out of her cries like, I fucked 100 men in a day. This is so sad. What do you want to do next? Probably go for 1,000, isn't it? Thanks a lot. All right, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, 205 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. I got news. Here it is. The Chad Buzamok donor ratings. All's Fair in Love and War is crushing everyone. $340. That is a number right there. Silverwolf with $182. Flinty Gecko with $125. And Doorman and many others tied at $100. You've also got Chris O at $100. You've got Trucker at $92. You've got Sanford Son with $85. Rust Belt with $50. So you got a lot of people in that top 4 race. But that number 1 spot, $340, I'm going to go ahead and make a call. That ain't getting beat this week. That is, I don't see Silverwolf throwing in another 160. I don't see Flinty Gecko throwing in 216 to beat that number. I think all's fair in love and war is going to take home the W this week. Michaeline, with $9.99 says if she's crying at doing 100, she'll probably self-delete after 1,000. It's crazy how Gen Z women will destroy themselves for money and clout. Her soul is destroyed all by her own doing, right? How do you come back from that? But then again, like maybe she doesn't place the same value on like her soul and like her morality and everything. Like maybe she doesn't value it, and throwing it in the gutter to make money doing this is the thing she wants to do. Like we got to remember that. Like not everybody thinks the way we do. Yeah, to us, I mean, this is just a lowly hoe bag who's thrown away all her dignity and self-respect to fuck 100 dudes. But for all we know, she didn't have any of that to begin with, and she just wants to be a human pincushion. You know, just because we wouldn't want it doesn't mean they would. Chips and Diff says, did Chad pay for the naming rights on the steel toe whiteboard? That's a good question. I should be selling naming rights to the whiteboard. I am a terrible businessman. Look at that. Chad Buzamok donor ratings. And no, that's, what do you call it? It's like a memorial thing. He's not dead, so you can't really call it a memorial. But that's just, Chad Buzamok just has his name up there because he thought of it. Oh, we're not even an hour in this morning, and over 700 of you checking out the show, heading to 1,000 at our peak today. Hit like, hit subscribe. Of course, those thumbs up always help the algorithm. We appreciate it. And now you guys are only 200 away from overtime. Thank you so much. So I will shut my fucking mouth until what? At 9 o'clock? We hit 100 by 9 o'clock the next 2 hours. And thank you guys. Let's, here, do me a favor. Break in the Streamlabs, break in the PayPal, break in the Venmo. And then I think we're totally set for today. Thank you very much for your contributions. So yesterday we talked about Mitch McConnell. And we talked about Mitch McConnell falling down in the Senate. Not figuratively, by the way. Like he literally took a spill. He's 82 years old. In the last 4 years, we've watched him literally lock up and seize on camera multiple times where he has to be just carted off by his staff. Basically, they go, Grandpa, do you need to go back to your office and take a nap? I think one of his guys actually said that. Like, he froze up on camera, and a guy went, do you need to go lay down? And they walked him back in there. Well, now Mitch fell down. Yes, like your grandparents. Mitch McConnell fell down in the Senate building. And he busted up his head, and he busted up his hand, and he looks like shit. And nobody's making this guy retire, which is infuriating. Nobody's making him leave the Senate, which he should be doing. Like Mitch McConnell should, first of all, he should have been gone a long time ago. 75, I've thought about it. I've decided on my numbers, so this isn't just a hasty emotional reaction. 75 years old. Once you're 75, you cannot run for another term. If you're a senator and you get elected at 71, all right, fine, I'll let you finish up the term. But you cannot run after the age of 75. You gotta go. And I'll be honest with you, that's a compromised position because I would have no problem with making it 65. But I understand that these fucking animals are used to being able to stay in there until they drop dead in their office, so I'll meet them in the middle. 75. Plus, the guy we just elected president is going to be like Biden's age when he gets out of there. So it would be a little hypocritical. Look at this. Just look at it. This is embarrassing. This looks like a fucking SNL sketch. A senior citizen with a fucking bandage wrapped around his head, and this guy is one of 100 people who gets to vote on what this country does, where this country's headed, what we're going to do next. And he looks like a fucking episode of Mr. Bill.
Is your head okay after that fall?
No. Retard, no. Next question. He's got a giant bandage wrapped around his head. His head is not okay. Look at his, if you zoom in on this, his chin and lip area are all discolored and bruised. His hands all black and blue. He bruises like an elderly person. It's just so embarrassing.
Senator?
He fucking locked up again. Guys, Control-Alt-Delete, please. Can we go to the task manager? Can we get this guy? Jesus Christ. Why did you do this? Why did you put him out there? First of all, he's an 82-year-old man. Should not be out there. Second of all, he's an 82-year-old man who just took a bump on the noggin. What was the best case scenario for this? When you decided to put this sack of shit out there, the best thing that could have happened was he went, I fell down, it hurt really bad, and I'm excited to get back to work. Like, the worst case scenario was he was going to sound like an old man with a traumatic brain injury. The worst case scenario was he was going to have a fucking system freeze again. And you still put him out there. And the press didn't even, go hard on him. They went, Grandpa, do you still have boo-boo on your head? And he just stared into the abyss.
Is your head okay after that fall?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm going to go play golf, actually.
Senator?
Sorry, I was just thinking about Bill Bellichick being the new head coach of the University of North Carolina Tar Heels.
Are you good?
What the fuck? And it sucks because at this point, can you even blame the 82-year-old? I mean, clearly nobody's home. So it's not like you can go, oh, the 82-year-old man's a fucking retard for going. No, it's the people managing him and running him and who are clearly probably still making under-the-table money off of him. Mitch McConnell is a fucking douche. But at the same time, as Mitch McConnell looks like a fucking douche, it's really the fault of the people who put him out there.
Wow.
82, fell down, face all busted up. And this guy just fucking keeps getting put out there. And also, let's not let off the hook the voters of, Kentucky? Same voters who pick Rand Paul, but they still put in an 82-year-old man. They don't deserve any quarter on this either. Pick somebody else. Well, but I can't pick a Democrat because I don't like them. Pick somebody. I don't give a fuck who you pick. I don't care if you pick Jill Stein, as long as you're not picking a fucking 82-year-old. Snowcat Tish says they're trying to prop him up until 2026 so the Democratic governor doesn't appoint a Democrat. Wait, don't the Republicans have like a 3 or 4 seat majority? Fuck it, let him go. You'll still have the majority. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, why does he have the headband? Because he's an old doddering cunt who took a header off the fucking marble floor, but they still keep him there because who gives a shit? This country's been bought and sold a long time ago, and it's not like Mitch McConnell has any power, and it's not like his fucking replacement would have any power either. Anyway, I really need to cut down on this shit. I'm babbling. Helgi says, I love Mitch McConnell now. I hope he gets reelected. Is your head okay? Oh, this? Yeah, I was just headbanging too hard to my music back in my office. Jesus. Bigot on socialist media says he stole that headband from Gino. Chips and Diff says Gino looks awful. Yeah. I'm going with the Gino Bisconti look. I'm wearing this headband not because I fell down. I'm wearing it in solidarity. I think it's wrong that Gino Bisconti lost his YouTube channel, and they ought to give it back to him. Yeah, Mitch McConnell, are you a big fan of Kevin Brennan? Mitch, do you think Misery Loves Company is a good show? Mitch, any comment on Chad Zumach? We're gonna take him for his nap. That's another thing. A sitting senator should not have to leave an interview because he's late for nappy time. If you had a senator who was 4 years old, that would, I guess, be okay. But that would be ridiculous to see a 4-year-old United States senator. Mr. Beat says the guys behind him don't give a fuck. No, because he's a semi-warm body to keep a seat hot that'll stay red. That's it. Somebody said it perfect in the chat. They don't want the Democratic governor to be able to pick his replacement. By the way, a moment like this should tell you who really runs this country, and it's not us. Because if we ran this country, like, nobody's okay with that. Nobody looks at Mitch McConnell and goes, yeah, he should spend another 24 hours in the Senate. Nobody thinks that. And yet he still stays in there, and it's not even a question as to whether or not he should stay in there. Like, if you did this at a software company, they'd throw you out on your ass. But the United States Senate, he has his good days and his bad days. Bigot on socialist media says, does he even have access to his bank account anymore? Oh, I guarantee not. I guarantee not. Now I understand why they let John Fetterman in. They're like, well, at least this guy's getting better. Das Optic Nerve says he has the headband because he has another Gino. Got a lot of Gino in the chat today. Mr. Beat says Gino doesn't realize that's what he looks like with a headband on. Gino, actually, I will say this. Gino looks younger with the headband on than he does with the headband off because his hair's moving back like your boys a little bit. Oh. Andrew's son says, I still can't get over the gall of Johnny to say that he was barely getting paid enough to stay. Right to Aaron's face. Call the freeloaders bluff, Aaron. You guys got way more emotionally involved in that than I did. I just wanted to have him on the show to walk through that segment from yesterday. I just thought it would be a good segment on the show because the logic of it is kind of weird to me. But then again, Andrew's son, we've given Andrew's son an identity. He's the anti-Johnny guy now. So if you're the anti-Johnny guy, you kind of, it's not like you can take a day off. So please be easy on Andrew's son. All right, let's move on. So we got, wow, you know what? I'm really happy with today's show so far. We got the whore. We talked about the whore. We weren't going to talk about the whore right away, but people wanted to hear about it. We've gotten to Mitch McConnell falling down, and now we've got Jimmy Kimmel basically sucking Luigi Mangioni's dick. Wow.
Wow.
This is a bold move, Cotton. Well, Jimmy Kimmel's the guy who cries about health insurance every fucking day. You know, my son went to see the doctor and they didn't cover the x-ray. I had to pay the deductible. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you for making America laugh during our darkest days. We appreciate you being so funny. My son went in for an echocardiogram, and they made me pay 50% of the Ladies and gentlemen, on another hilarious edition of the Jimmy Kimmel Show, Jimmy Kimmel cries about his kids some more, making us all uncomfortable. And then, so he's going to cry about his kids' medical appointments on his show. But when it comes to a man murdering another, because Jimmy cares about the sanctity of life, right? Jimmy cares about people getting the medical treatment they need. Jimmy cares about, people's lives being valuable. Unless, of course, a CEO of a health insurance company is gunned down in cold blood in the street, then it's time to make fun of that guy. Which, by the way, I am totally okay with Jimmy Kimmel making fun of the dead United Healthcare CEO if Jimmy Kimmel wasn't a giant fucking hypocrite who was a pussy and fucking cried and whined about anything else. Like Donald Trump or, the way the election went down, or like if a Senate vote doesn't go his way. That's, if you're going to be the guy who does edgy hardcore shit, then do edgy hardcore shit. Don't be the guy who, like, one day I'm going to be the crying game guy, and then the next day I'm going to be like, I'm glad this fucking CEO got fucking killed. Isn't that awesome? It's a little, like, you got to be consistent, my man. This is Jimmy Kimmel on his show 2 nights ago. Here's a little Jimmy Kimmel for you. Let's see how fun this is going to be. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say that I bet you I laugh at one point of this. But this sounds like this is a bit of a try-hard segment for old Jimmy.
Many men are going nuts over how good-looking this killer is, and there's a huge wave of horny washing over us right now. It's like when one of the guys you work with says, I had a dream about you last night. When it's the FedEx guy with the big muscles and the rolled-up sleeves, you're like, oh. But if it's the ball...
Is this the beginning of an episode of Steel Toe? Because I don't know about you guys, but this is starting really gay. I didn't expect this to go to Gayville. I thought this would be like Hypocrisyville or like Jimmy Kimmel's being, a hypocrite-ville, but I didn't think this was going to go to Gay Town right away. Is Jimmy about to announce that he's going to fuck 1,000 dudes in 24 hours?
The rolled-up sleeves, you're like, oh. But if it's the bald IT guy wearing Crocs with black socks, you're on the phone with HR. It's kind of that same dynamic. Our staff today, I have never experienced anything like this. These are screen grabs of...
You're in Hollywood. If some gay shit happened today, you've experienced it before. Corolla always left the room, but they call you Curious Jimmy.
Actual exchanges between our members of our staff and their friends, relatives, whatever. I've changed the names to protect the guilty, but let's see. Lorraine C. asks, do you guys think the United Healthcare CEO killer is hot? Friend replies, yes. I love Luigi. I think he's gay, though. This is an exchange between two...
No. Luigi is your code name for your staff, Jimmy. Your staff has they've code named you Luigi.
Of our producers, we'll call them Elphaba and Glinda. My TikTok is flooded. My mom chain's going nuts. That's my TikTok. Everyone is obsessed. People are saying a New York jury has the power to find him innocent because we all love him. I'm not mad at him. This one's from Susie D. She got hurt. This text from her mother.
The United Healthcare CEO had 2 children and a wife. Isn't it great? Let's talk about his murderer being acquitted and being let back out on the street when he's clearly mentally disturbed and has an axe to grind against the health industry. That's great. That's what you should have. It's good. Good. Like I said yesterday, you can hate Brian Thompson. That's totally fine. You can think that Brian Thompson presided over a fucking evil empire. Sure. But he's dead now. Like, karmatically, whatever he owed, he's square. He's paid it. It's over. The guy's fucking dead. If you, Lord knows I'm not going to blame you, especially if you've had bad experiences with the health insurance company, for you to go, I'm not that upset that it happened to him. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's understandable. But you don't need to tap dance on the guy's grave because the only people who are left alive now are the kids and the wife. That's it.
Am I the only person wondering that if the gunman had tweezed and reshaped his eyebrows, he would have never been caught?
I said, well, in fairness, I said the other day, like, why don't these guys who are on the run shave their eyebrows off completely? Because that's not one of the descriptors they give. If you give that descriptor, a guy would be caught right away. But if you say, oh, he's got big bushy eyebrows, or he's got this, or he's got that, wear colored eye contact lenses and shave your eyebrows off and shave your head and all that, and nobody will know who the fuck you are. Dress in blackface.
Aha, good point. His eyebrows are very defined. Next one. Please tell me you're as obsessed as I am with this handsome CEO killer. Yes, so many questions. Like, can I fix you?
This is weird. This is like a strange, like, death cult kind of a thing. Like death worship, murder worship.
And Veronica says, I need him so bad. No, like so bad. So bad. Okay, so I would visit him in prison and bake him cookies maybe. Perhaps more, but I haven't thought that far ahead. And it's not just women. This is from the husband of one of our staffers. Did you...
Okay, Jimmy, we get it. Your whole staff is whacking off to the fucking CEO murderer. This is weird, bro. This is a little weird. We've kind of gone way past the ironic, haha, isn't he a hot murderer guy? Now we're going to like, oh, I wish he'd fist me. Like, let's take it easy. Take it easy.
Do you see the assassin? Yes, I'm so upset. Like, excuse me, LOL. I'm about to be a jailhouse bride. Because damn Shorty is so fine. I'm dead or willing to be. And one more from a young woman in our segment department.
Do you see how quick? You know what? I will say this. He's going quickly through these because I think he realizes, okay, this has gone on long enough. This is a fucked up segment.
Texting all my friends in New York that I hope they get called to jury duty. God, I want to do jury duty so bad.
Yeah, I want to acquit the guy who orphaned a couple of kids and left a wife at home wondering, you know, is there a life insurance payout and is it going to cover our bills and the lifestyle we've become accustomed to? Yeah, I want to get on that jury so I can set that psychopath free. People are fucking weird, man.
Well, at least it's stirring up a passion for civic duty, I guess. What is going on? There are dozens of products for sale on Etsy with his face on them. There are
like, the worst part is, like, it's not funny. Like, you can make this funny. God, these shows just really fell off hard. You know what it is? There's too many of them. Because, like, at first there was just Carson. And then there was Leno and Letterman. And that was it. Those were the two on. I think that's the perfect number, is two. Two at a time. You can have two at 10:30 Central. You can have two at 11:30 Central. But now you've got, like, Gutfeld and Kimmel. And you got Colbert. And you've got Fallon. And does TBS still have a guy? Or did they give up on all that? But you've got, like, 4 or 5 at a time now. It's like, it's too many.
Like contests, there's Luigi Mangione crypto. People are making fan cams. Do you know what these are? These, again, I learned about this today. These are tribute montages like this.
I'm taking it serious because I like you a lot. So I'll give it a shot. Give it all that I got. La-di-da-di-da, la-di-da-di-dee. Suddenly you call my name and I lose my brain and I float.
Yeah, it's just, this isn't funny. It's just not good.
It's bananas. It's like Hello Kitty is involved now. But I have to say, it does feel kind of good. We're moving away from nonstop election coverage and back to drooling over a cold-blooded murderer's eyebrows and abs. I think that might be progress. Maybe not. I don't know. I think it's...
He just didn't have it. Like, that's the thing. Like, he just didn't have anything. Ah, look at my staff coming over the killer guy. Okay, what's the punchline? Text messages, right? Okay. Hey, people are making photo reels of the guy. Okay, what do you got on that? That's my whole thing. The whole thing is a rift without a punchline. And they're just like, look at this photo reel. At least we're not talking about the election. Like, you'd think you'd be in the writer's room and you go, okay, guys, but what's the joke? What? What do you mean, what's the joke? He's hot. Yeah, right, but how are we going to make people laugh? Oh, is that what we're here to do? Fuck. I'm sorry. I just thought we were blowing loads over a murderer. Shit, I knew I forgot something. Colbert is CBS. Yeah, I know Colbert is CBS. King Kong Dong says, I miss Jay. Dude, make this stop. Right? It's just like, I was willing. We watched that whole thing, and I'm willing to go over it. And I even said before we played it, like, I bet y'all laugh once or twice. Nope. Didn't even laugh once or twice. Didn't even answer once or twice. Or make me laugh once or twice. Sam Show says the media created all of this, even your opinions, and when they're relevant.
Wow.
Jimmy Kimmel
is very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
Das Optic Nerve says Kimmel is trash. I'd rather watch The View. That's a hell of a statement. That's a hell of a statement. 800 of you heading on our way to 1,000. 800 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Keep it going. Hit like, hit subscribe. It's not even 8 o'clock. You guys are down to $200 for today. Take us the rest of the way. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We've had nothing in any of them so far this morning. Let's christen that and call it another win for the toe. So on the topic of the United Healthcare murderer, you knew this was coming. they're going to use this to go after guns. You know, the minute people start going, oh man, this CEO, I wonder if this is going to change the health insurance industry. I wonder if the health insurance industry is going to take note of this and make some changes. And it's like, yeah, they're going to make changes. Not the ones you want. They're going to have more security. They're going to pay for their CEOs to be better protected. And that means that your premiums will probably go up a couple of bucks. And also the other thing, yeah, there's going to be changes after that. You're going to start to hear politicians bitch about guns more and how we need to regulate guns harder. And now they're talking about ghost guns. Like, people are like, oh, this guy's a CIA operative. This was an MK Ultra deal. It's like, yeah, but not in the way you think it is. If he is a CIA plant and this is an MK Ultra kind of thing, it's so that we can get more gun control in this country. And maybe even take one step closer to single-payer health care. But mostly the ghost gun thing. So a ghost gun is a gun where it has no serial number. Like, it's untraceable. It's an apparition. So now the United Healthcare CEO shooting has caused CNN to get involved and talk about the social change that needs to come with this murder. What is that social change? Guns. Let's take a listen. This is CNN's report. This is what they've. Oh, Jesus Christ! First we have a Tampax commercial. Oh my God, Amy. Of course they got Amy Schumer to do it. My vagina, my pussy, my bloody pussy. Every fucking time with this bitch, can she do anything that's not my fat pussy, my obese pussy? Jesus, Abby Phillips has less shame than this chick does. No, but I'm Amy Schumer. No, but like my vagina, get it? But because my pussy, it's bleeding, you guys. My bleeding. And look, they've got ones for when you have a super bloody pussy, like my fat cunt. God, I hate Amy Schumer. All right, let's continue on. Let's gun control. Let's switch gears to a topic that makes me less full of hatred. Taking away people's Second Amendment rights.
The CEO of United Healthcare.
The gun appears to be a ghost gun, may have been made on a 3D printer.
Law enforcement across.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad we know the real problem. It's not that a crazy psychopath from a wealthy family went and shot the CEO of a healthcare company. It's that the gun didn't have a serial number. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, clearly if the gun would have had a serial number, you know, none of this would have ever happened.
The country has raised concerns about so-called ghost guns. The ATF says tens of thousands of privately made firearms have been recovered from crime scenes in recent years, including those used in homicides. The Supreme Court is currently weighing how much they could be.
Really? That's crazy. You're saying that criminals who are already breaking the law and planning to commit things like murder are going to want to get their hands on guns that are harder to trace? Wow. Say it ain't so. God, it's just like the symptom over the disease again with these fucking people. It's just, hey, we had a crazy kid who's been threatening to shoot up schools for 2 years and was known to law enforcement and had serious mental health issues. He went in and shot a bunch of his classmates. Well, you know, I bet you if we make the kind of gun he used illegal, this kind of thing will never happen again. What? Do you understand that all this school shooting shit started at a time when we had what was called an assault weapons ban and those weren't allowed? But no, go ahead. Give us more solutions that fix nothing.
Be regulated. Ghost guns can be made with 3D printers like this. Do-it-yourself home printing creates a significant loophole to evade U.S. laws that regulate who can sell a gun and how someone can buy one. And one of the biggest fears among safety professionals is a 3D printed gun made with no metal parts at all, which could bypass metal detectors at airports, concerts, or other public venues.
I would imagine, though, that a gun 3D printed with no metal parts, like you wouldn't get, like you can't really do a mass shooting with that. Because, like, if it doesn't have metal parts to withstand the heat and the explosions and all of that stuff, like, that's going to melt down and become dysfunctional pretty quick, I would think. Maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm talking. I mean, it's possible, but I feel like that would be an inferior product.
In addition to 3D printing, many ghost guns can be purchased online as a kit, with parts the owners can assemble themselves relatively quickly. Here's the problem, authorities say. These ghost gun kits don't require background checks, allowing anyone, regardless of their criminal history, to obtain the parts and assemble their very own working firearm.
You understand it's still way easier to just buy a gun on the black market. Like they're acting like, oh yeah, this is the way that most people who do shootings and do murders and like illegal guns, that this is the way it's done. No, this is still one of the more difficult ways to do it.
We've got this circumstance now where people are manufacturing these guns to avoid background checks, or manufacturing these guns with the intention of landing them in the hands of people who want to go out and commit a crime.
If a traditional gun is used in a crime, tracing its serial number is often key to helping investigators identify its owner. But ghost guns are essentially invisible to police.
Yeah, and it's not like people can, scrape off a serial code on a regular gun. See, this is what it takes the media a couple of days usually, but once the media picks the angle they're going to go with on one of these stories, that's the drum they're going to beat for a while. They're going to go with, gun control. We're going to make this a gun. Are we going to make this a health insurance issue? No, they buy advertising on the shows that we put on. I know, let's make it about gun control. I knew we could milk this Luigi Mangione story for something. We just didn't know what yet. His abs, his eyebrows, and ghost guns. That's what it's going to be about. Which, by the way, is a microcosm of what's fucking up America. Not abs. I don't have a comment on whether or not we have enough abs in this country, but it's the fact that some crazy shit happens and America never fails to start talking about the wrong thing after it happens. Like, let's go back to school shootings. Not doing them. Let's go back to the topic of school shootings. Whenever they happen, instead of us going, hey, why doesn't law enforcement ever stop these fuckers when they know that they're going to do it? Or, hey, why do we have these kids on all these mental health drugs that make them snap and go fucking crazy? Hey, why can't we commit psychos who are clearly a danger to themselves in the community anymore? Nope. We go, hey, how can we make sure that the very specific gun that guy used isn't allowed to be used ever again? Great. All of it. Yeah, this is... Yeah, Boomer Bob Show writes, maybe we need to ban laying low in McDonald's. That's true. Ban McDonald's, then murderers can't hide. I just never... Yeah, Boomer Bob Show is on a roll today. He says we're reactive rather than proactive. Precisely. Wood U says McDonald's killed more people than guns ever did. Uh-oh. Look out. No, that's not what we're trying to say. Not trying to say that Ronald McDonald needs to be dealt with. That's not the position of this program. $200 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. What did we start at today? 220, 230, something like that. God, that evening show has been fucking killing it this week. And you guys too. By the way, that $200 is our last goal of the week. We do have a number that if you hit it, we'll do more time on Fridays, but there's not a goal where it's like, if we don't hit this, and fucking... You guys are great. Thank you very much. Knock out this last 200, and we'll call it another win for the toe. Congratulations to Donald Trump, officially Time Magazine's Person of the Year. You know, if they would have made this decision a week later, it probably would have been Luigi Mangione. I wouldn't doubt that Time would do that. But Donald Trump is the Person of the Year after winning back the White House. Cue liberals going... Yeah, Hitler was the Time Man of the Year, so that makes sense. If Hitler can get it, I guess Trump can get it. But, it is pretty amazing that Trump won the election. I mean, think of everything he went through. All the felony charges, all of the bullshit that they tried to get him, tried to hang him up on, literally trying to have him killed multiple times. And yet, the media coverage against him being so biased that it's laughable. And yet he still came in and not only won the election, got the popular vote for the first time for a Republican since 2008. 2004, 20 years. And kicked the living shit out of Biden and Kamala Harris. Think about that. He might be the first president in history. He might be the first guy in history to beat two different candidates in the same election, because he beat Joe Biden, tapped out. He got the old Joe Biden gave him the office, and then he beat Kamala Harris in the election. I mean, that to me, he's 2-0 in this election. Elections all time, he's 3-1, and he avenged his loss to Joe Biden. So he's kind of the Lennox Lewis of presidents. Having just won a second term in the White House 4 years after being ejected from it, Trump beat out his general election opponent, Kamala Harris, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, of course. Sam Show, go ahead. I'm thinking it. You can go ahead and say it. Benjamin Netanyahu was also a nominee for Time Person of the Year. Do you really get to be Time Person of the Year if you're just the 51st state? His own billionaire benefactor, Elon Musk, and Kate Middleton. I don't want to be insensitive, because obviously Kate Middleton's like, she's having a tough time. But what did, oh God, here we go. What did she do other than get cancer? I could be, again, I'm not asking that to be a dick. I'm asking that because I'd like a real reason. Like, outside of getting cancer, what did Kate Middleton do? Did she do something I'm unaware of? That's kind of weird to nominate her. I'm trying to think of who else. What about the Argentinian guy? Javier Milei? The chainsaw dude. Did you know that Argentina has its first budget surplus in 125 years because of that guy? Because he's just fucking getting rid of government. They had their first budget surplus in over a century in Argentina because of this Javier Milei guy. So we're not going to give it to him. Honestly, even Zelensky and Putin, in my opinion, belong in there before Kate Middleton does. But maybe she did something that I'm unaware of. All I know is she got cancer and she's had a really rough year, but I don't think that makes you. Yeah, Lander says she got cancer. What a hero. Well, then in that case, fucking my friend from high school, she should be Time Person of the Year. She's fighting her fucking ass off. That reminds me, it's always weird when you have friends who are going through that and like they have a family and shit, because you want to know what's up. You want to check in on them, make sure they're okay. But you also don't want to bother them because you understand what a crazy time it is. So like every week or two, I'll text my buddy and I'll just be like, how's everybody doing? Thinking about you, so on and so forth. Like, you don't want to, I always find it kind of gross that when bad things or challenging things happen to like friends or family members, some people like effortlessly make it about them somehow. Like, I have to call them and I have to talk to them and because they need to know I'm a good person. But like for me, it's more of like, how do I balance the line of letting them know that I'm thinking about them and I'm rooting for them? Because I'd like people to say that to me if I was going through that, but also not bugging them, because there's also like, I go through, like if I'm going through tough shit, I'll talk about it with people, but I don't want to talk about it for too long. I'll get to a point where I'm just like, okay, all right, let's move on to something else. King Kong Dong says, I think we've got the cure and the healthcare system is suppressing it. Oh, to cancer? That wouldn't surprise me at all. Like, especially after all the shit with COVID. I wouldn't doubt for a second that there's fucked up shit going on that we won't know about for decades, if ever. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, explain Syria to me. Oh boy. I mean, the only way that I can explain Syria to you is like through my own cynical lens. The United States backed Al-Qaeda and ISIS militants so that they could overthrow a Russian ally, so that they could install a government that would be more friendly and peaceful towards Israel, and also set up a puppet government that we can have control over. Basically, we want Assad gone so that we can put this former Al-Qaeda guy in there, and this former Al-Qaeda guy will let Netanyahu run bombing campaigns inside of Syria to knock out Hezbollah and Hamas installations. That's my theory. That's not like a fact. That's what's going on. That's a fact check. I'm saying, like, if you ask me my opinion, we want Israel to be able to bomb more countries, and the only way we can do that is by getting our own puppets that we bought and paid for to be in charge of Syria, and in this case, it's a guy who used to be in charge of Al-Qaeda. That's what I think's going on in Syria. Vadam with $5 says we need to bring back the big state mental hospital, and we need to lock up the crazy mentally ill in mental hospitals, and we need to put more money in mental health care. Yeah, I've lost a lot of hope for ever doing that. I don't think we're ever going to get to that point. First of all, it's really difficult to just pass something and make it constitutional that says, you know, we can lock this person up against their will. We ran into some problems with that years ago, so I don't know how that's going to work. And plus, our politicians just love arguing about guns. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says this show might be reaching unheard or levels of retarded today. What, with the Syria thing? Numero uno, Josh Denny fan, give me a better explanation of what's going on with Syria. We weren't funding the rebels. We were. We weren't arming the rebels. We were. We didn't want Assad out of there because he's a Russian asset. We didn't. We didn't want him in there. Israel hasn't launched over 300 bombing campaigns in Syria since Bashar al-Assad left last week. I've got news for you, numero uno. They have. Israel has launched over 300 bombing strikes inside of Syria just since Assad left. I have a hard time believing that that wasn't by design. I have a hard time believing that we didn't have something to do with the fact that the instant Assad was out of there, Israel was like, you are free to drop bombs about the country. I have a hard time believing that Israel does anything without us knowing about it. So, yeah, I do think that the Bashar al-Assad, vacating power and us funding the Al-Qaeda. And what, the leader of Syria wasn't the head of Al-Qaeda at one point? Like, again, I hate to use the phrase. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, I think they have a cure for cancer, but they're hiding it. Well, that wasn't my take. I read that was somebody else's take. I said I wouldn't surprise me if they did. Sorry. I will not entertain these things. Rational Redhead says, Syria doesn't have a Rothschild central bank, just like Iraq and Libya didn't. Well, Saddam wanted to take Iraq off the petrodollar. They didn't want to do the petrodollars thing. So that was one of the reasons we were not happy with Saddam, because you don't just turn on your boy. You turn on your boy for a reason. And in international politics, it's usually over money. Can anyone tell me the thing that Iraq did that made us go, we don't like them anymore? And don't say invade Kuwait, because we were already on the outs with them before that. What did Saddam Hussein start doing that he wasn't doing before that made us go, I don't like this guy anymore. He's not our friend anymore. Like, anything you can say that made us stop befriending Saddam Hussein was shit he was doing while we were tight with him. To me, this shit is always about money. Always about money. Landers says he was mean to Papa Bush. I think Papa Bush was one of the guys responsible for arming him during the Iran-Iraq war days. So I don't think they were too bad to each other. So I think we saw a lot more money in not being friends with Saddam than being friends with Saddam. And I think a lot of times these guys we become friends with, these dictators we become friends with, they start to think who the fuck they are, and they start to think they're actually in charge and not a wholly owned subsidiary of America Corp. And they start to go off on our own. Who's the guy that we overthrew? Who's literally the CIA employee that we made the dictator of a country because of drugs? And then he was a CIA employee, not an operative or like an asset, but like literally part of the CIA. We installed him as a leader in a country, and then he went rogue and said, oh, I'm fucking in charge. I'm going to make my own calls. And then we went, was it Panama? Was it Noriega? Wasn't Noriega a literal CIA employee? And Noriega went, fuck it, I'm in charge of Panama now, or Grenada, which I can't remember which one he was. And then we went, no, the fuck you're not. You're one of our guys. It's like, no, this is mine. I own Panama. But you don't. We're going to send the U.S. military in there to overthrow you. I think it was him. He was our guy. Mick Buster says, are we going down the CIA rabbit hole? There's way better shows. All right. I will. I'll stop. Track Doc. Or Helgi says trackdoc.com, you fucker. We actually finally clicked on that trackdoc.com thing yesterday. It's really just a thing telling you to eat dandelions. It's about it. And valerian root. Coyote NV says, explain the drones. Oh, the drones? The drones go up in the air like this. And there's a guy with a remote control. And you're driving along. You go, oh my God, a Muslim wedding. And then you drop Hellfire missiles on it. And then you kill a bunch of people. But a terrorist's phone was there. So you just say, well, everybody at that wedding, that was clearly a terrorist wedding. And that's the United States drone program. There you go. You wanted me to explain the drones. I explained the drones. Thank you guys very much. That's going to put us 190 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Let's get to $100 by 9 o'clock. I like these small goal days where we don't have to mention money, but we are now getting to the point where in the next hour and 15 minutes, we got to knock another $90 off of there. So go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks on PayPal and Venmo. That's the easiest, quickest way to knock that out is Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. So go ahead and throw a 10 spot in there. We'll get this thing knocked out in no time. Show text. Aaron, my wife has cancer. Oh, shit. I'd say the occasional check-in that doesn't require a reply is best. Have to remember she's probably getting a couple hundred how you doing messages a month. I know I do. It's very overwhelming. Yeah, that's why I text my buddy every week or two. I don't text her directly. I text my buddy and I go, how's everything going? You guys doing okay? And then back off. Like, I always get criticism. Like, I get criticism from some people, though. Like, in my life, they'll be like, well, are you sure are you being a good friend? And I'm like, well, I feel like sometimes with this shit, less is more. Because, like, sometimes people try to make people feel better, and it's like, don't do that. Like, let them, this is like a thing they need to feel. They don't need to be, like, talked out of it, you know? So I don't want to be, the last thing I want to be to people who are going through something like that is a thought about, you know? You don't want to be thought about, you know? You just want to be a fleeting, hey, how you doing? How's everything going? We're thinking about you. That's it. Scooby Jooby Jew says, I think he's talking about the Iran drones that are currently flying over the U.S. Oh, is that the one where that senator was like, they're coming from a mothership and like there's an Iranian mothership and they've got, the drones are coming from, oh yeah, that guy was wild. Senator Iran drones. Who was that guy? Congressman, not a senator. Congressman Jeff Van Drew says drones are launching from an Iranian mothership off the East Coast. Well, sink the fucker then. Here, let's...
Well, here's the real deal, Harris. You know, I'm also on the Transportation Committee, on the Aviation Subcommittee, and I've gotten to know people. And from very high sources, very qualified sources, very responsible sources, I'm going to tell you the real deal. Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago.
I already know how to deal with this, guys. Check it out. What we're going to do is we're going to get Jeff Goldblum and Will Smith. We're going to put them in an alien spacecraft. We're going to fly them to the Iranian mothership. We're going to upload a computer virus into their system, and then we're going to take down all the drones. Somebody get me Randy Quaid.
That contains these drones. That mothership is off, I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America. They've launched drones, is everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly. Now, you know, we know the
high sources that are never going to tell you a fucking thing ever again. I don't think they told you this because they wanted you to go on Fox News and panic the entire country and tell them that there's an Iranian mothership launching drones at us. Dude, supposed to keep some shit under your hat, brother. This Jeff Van Drew's just can't wait to run his mouth. He's actually going to be on Simpcast this week. He can't help himself.
There was a probability it could have been our own government. We know it's not our own government because they would have let us know. It could have been.
What about aliens? Could be aliens. Could be aliens. Tulsi Gabbard will figure it out.
Some really glorified hobbyists that were doing something unbelievable. They don't have the technology. But let's pretend that's possible. The third possibility was somebody, an adversarial country, doing this. Know that Iran may.
Wait a minute. So, can we pull up a map, please? So, Iran has a ship, and the ship is parked off the East Coast. And that ship is launching drones over the eastern seaboard of the United States. Let's go to the map. So right here, I'm guessing the only vessel they can launch is from down in here. From the Gulf, the Persian Gulf. And they go from the Persian Gulf down around the Indian Ocean, up around Africa there. Oh, I know. Sorry, they go from the Persian Gulf down in here, up through the Suez Canal, and all the way through the Mediterranean Sea. There we go. All the way across the Atlantic Ocean, and then they park right here. So never once during any of that voyage did they go through any of these other countries' waters, like, I don't know, Ukraine. I hear that's a hot button nowadays. Or Italy, or maybe like France, or Egypt or Libya. They don't really watch their borders very closely. The United States didn't track this weird Iranian ship all the way across the Atlantic and then parked. Yeah, checks out. Or is this like the Joe Biden letting the Chinese fly the weather balloon all over the place? Maybe that's what this is.
Made a deal with China to purchase drones, motherships, and technology in order to go forward. The sources I have are good. They can't reveal who they are because they are.
Jeff Van Drew wasn't supposed to tell you guys about that. It wasn't supposed to be documented or proven. It was a theory that I was working on. Right now, we're really working on this onion case. We don't have time to talk to Jeff Van Drew. I told him that in confidence. And to be completely honest with you, I was fucked up. And I was kind of dicking around with the guy, but, try telling him that.
Speaking to me in confidentiality, these drones should be shot down. Whether it was some crazy hobbyist that we can't imagine.
You know who his source is? Russell Case, sir. I was brought up by the aliens, and they did experiments on me.
Or whether it is Iran, and I think it very possibly could be, they should be shot down. We are not getting the full deal, and the military is on alert with this.
Look, you've given us some pretty dire information just here, and I want to make sure that our viewers are digesting this. Iran has the capability to pull up along our eastern seaboard.
No, I think this guy's crazy. Hey, look, I know that I run the risk of looking like a complete asshole and a total dick if I'm wrong about this, but I think Jeff Van Drew is a crazy wackaloon. I do not think Iran has pulled up a mothership and is launching drones over the United States. I think we're doing some experimental shit.
And launch drones the size of an SUV into the skies of several states, particularly New Jersey, where we know the incoming president has a large home. Also in the same county or nearby where some of these drones in New Jersey have been seen. That capability exists. It's possible some of those drones are here. So I have two questions.
I don't think Iran has the ability to do any of this. I'm sorry.
How are they fueling them? They have to land somewhere. Drones don't fly forever. Why don't they close down the airspace? Yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, it's the holidays. Shut it down. But if you start shooting things and you don't know how they're fueled, that's going to be mass explosions. This isn't like one spy balloon. Congressman,
I'm going to side with numero uno Josh Denny fan when he says stuff like this. This conversation is turning mega retarded. This is starting to sound, this is a news channel, and this conversation is starting to sound really, really dumb.
Serious.
We've got to bring them down, and we've got to find a way to bring them down. I don't know exactly where they're landing on.
Have you tried a lasso? Maybe if we get like, in Armageddon, they needed to drill into the asteroid, so they got a bunch of drillers. What if we got a bunch of rodeo guys? And we got them up there, and we got them up there in a jet, and they had a lasso, and they threw it on there. We just rope them down.
Obviously, I have some information, and again, this isn't just Jeff Van Drew. Oh, let's get on Harris Faulkner's show and say something outrageous. I'm telling you.
No, right. I mean, meanwhile, the producers are in Harris Faulkner's ears going, "Keep this motherfucker talking. This is gold. We've got a Pfizer commercial coming up. We got as many eyeballs as we can get on it."
Straight deal from very high positioned individuals who are telling me this.
I don't doubt that most of the people you're talking to right now are high.
And the bottom line is they're launching them. They are across the country. We don't even have anything like this.
No.
Our government and also certainly our hobbyists don't. So think about it.
Then it's aliens, clearly. And yes, we do. Stop it. We don't have drones the size of SUVs. How big is a fucking Predator drone?
Not only do I...
A Predator drone is gigantic. Hold on a second here. How big is a Predator drone? Oops, I just typed in how big is a Predator, and it gave me Patrick Melton's weight. I got to stop. Oh, to the person who messaged me yesterday, I'm really sorry for saying that. I know that hurts your... I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offend you or upset you. The drone is 27 feet long. Now, I don't mean to brag. I own an SUV. My SUV is not 27 feet long. Now, I own a Tahoe. There is a larger SUV called a Suburban. A Suburban is not 27 feet long. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this guy's full of complete shit. I know it's a juicy story. I know it's a good conspiracy theory, but I don't think Iran is parked off the coast of New Jersey. I don't think Iran is fucking sitting outside Paramus launching drones.
I have the information, but it's also common sense. We've got to get them down. We've got to determine how they function, what they do, make sure that we can get them, and you're right, in a safe way. When I say shoot them down, get them down any way that you can, but right now they're probably extracting information. This is a clear and present danger to the United States and to our president-elect, and it's a serious business.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Maybe, again, I'm willing to say I'm naive. I'm willing to say I'm the weirdo on this one, but I don't think that this is, again, Iran fucking around off our coast and launching drones at us. I don't. Papa Shab says Northrop Grumman is one state over. Right? It makes a lot more sense that Grumman is fucking around with drones. Or that the United States is flying weird shit and testing stuff. Iran took a ship, a mothership. By the way, anyone who uses the term mothership is an asshole when talking about stuff like this. So Iran took a ship from the Persian Gulf up through the Suez Canal, all the way across the Mediterranean, all the way across the Atlantic, and then started launching. I just have a feeling somebody would have saw something and told us. Approachable says another problem that would be easily solved by unleashing rednecks. I agree. Rednecks could solve this problem for us. Job for 9 with $4.99 says Space Cowboys. I love the idea. Well, some people call me the Space Cowboy. Some call me the Gangster of Love. Some people call me Maurice because I speak of the pompatus of love. Which, by the way, not a word. Not a word. I like, that's what's nice about that bygone era before I was born in the 1970s. You smoked shitty weed and said things that weren't real. Like the Gulf of Tonkin. 185 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Let's keep going. Let's hammer it out. We're looking good for the day. Let's stay good. 185 is the number. Wait a minute. I have a question. Why is Job for Nine's $4.99 blue and Coyote NV's $4.99 is green? Explanation, question mark. Everybody send $4.99 on YouTube. Let's find out how much it is. It's also me trying to get the goal down to $100 by the top of the hour. I'm sorry. We got about an hour. Get it down to 100. And Aaron's a happy boy. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, at least they're not weather balloons, right? Your lips to God's ears. At least they're not weather balloons. Sam Show says, looks like he just filmed a commercial flight and went, look out, Muslims. No, I just don't. Hey, is today Thursday? It's Thirsty Thursday at Stoney's. $2 cans, boys and girls. And remember, this Saturday, they're having their big Toys for Kids event. So if you're in the area, I mean, stop in for a drink too. But like, if you could at the very least drop something off for Toys for Kids at the big basket they have, big box or whatever, that they have at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, please do. And if Sean or Meme Copium end up seeing this, when they do their live reads for Stoney's, I'd really like them to shout out the Toys for Kids as well. See, Mark Robinson with $4.99. His is green. He's got a green $4.99. What the fuck? Why is Job for 9 having a blue $4.99? Can't figure it out. Sam Show says you didn't read the Jew part. Oh, I'm sorry. I get excited. He says, LOL, since he's a Jew, he started dancing in the street. Oh, well, there you go. There you go, buddy. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Look at Gray Duckling with $5. 80085. Get it, guys? It says boobs. Gray Duckling's $5 is green. I don't know. We had a rare blue $4.99 on Steel Toe today. 180 away from today's goal. Wait a minute. I thought we were already. Oh, no, it was 185. All right, 180 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Speaking of Meme Copium and speaking of Sean and speaking of the LawTube people, I'm really sorry that I didn't have more for you guys yesterday. I don't know if you watched the evening show or if you've seen the Stalin clips or anything like that, but my court date was a big nothing burger yesterday. And look, in my defense, I did tell you guys nothing's going to happen today. Essentially, we got a 60-day continuance. And the reason we got a 60-day continuance is because some of the people connected to my case just keep doing wild fucking crazy shit. And we keep gathering all that. We're keeping an eye on my, I guess you could say, team, attorney, investigator, shit like that. They're keeping an eye on all the crazy shit that's going on around all this. And they're gathering it up, and the private investor, or the investigator, is it private? Do you say private investigator? Whatever. The investigator is going to file a report. And that's going to be kind of our big, like, hey, look, here's some fucked up shit that you guys don't know about yet. Here you go. Here's all the shit that's been going on lately. Here you go. This is what we're going to be presenting as, holy shit, look at how full of shit this whole thing is. That report isn't in yet because people keep doing crazy shit. So we're still analyzing and filing that report. We needed another 60 days. The other reason we needed another 60 days was because there is a widely held belief among multiple parties. I've been very vetted in how I say that. There is a widely held belief among many parties involved that charges could be coming to other people that could be tangentially connected to what we're doing. And that perhaps, we want to find out if any perhaps privileged information has been accessed that is connected to this case. And if it is, I would feel like my rights have been supremely violated. So we have to wait for all that shit to come in. And when it does, then we feel like we can move forward with our stuff. Because anything can happen. Like, let's say all this stuff comes in, we get this full report, and we go, well, fuck this. We're going to go all the way with this thing. Or, hey, look at all this fucked up shit that happens. I think my rights have been violated here. Like, there's a lot of shit we need to do before we even talk about a settlement conference. There's a lot of shit that we're skipping over if we would have had a settlement conference yesterday. So we didn't have a settlement conference. My attorney talked to the prosecuting attorney. Everyone was really professional. I'll say this. Everyone involved in this whole thing has been incredibly professional. Everybody's doing their job very respectfully. Like I said, very professionally. I have no complaints about anyone. The judge is doing a great job. Prosecutors are doing their job. My people are doing their job. And I show up and I shut my fucking mouth and I let them go to work. That's my job. I show up, I shut my fucking cake hole, and I let the pros handle it. But yesterday, yeah, I was reading on Twitter all these theories that people had, and I don't like to go on Twitter and just start replying to people. I'm like, let them have their talk, let them have their gossip. It's a gossipy thing. I can appreciate that, and I'll go on my show and I'll talk about what happened. But yeah, there was no settlement conference. We didn't even discuss deals. We didn't discuss what might happen, what could happen. We got to get this investigator report. There's also some other things that are tangentially involved to find out. Like, we're going to find out fully what was done to me and see how much of it pertains to what we're doing here. That's without that information, and we don't fully have that information yet. We can't proceed, basically. So we're going to do another 60 days. By that time, all of this stuff should be fleshed out, and then we'll be ready to kind of hear everybody out and listen and figure out what we're going to do for the next thing. Elza Belza says at the settlement conference, ask for the Mustang. That's not my kind of car. It's too kind of small. It's also very midlife crisis-y. I'm more of a bigger vehicle kind of guy. Plus, I'm not a vroom vroom sports car kind of guy. I'm more of a luxury car kind of guy. Like, if you asked me, like, older car, what would you want? I'd like one of those, like, old gangster cars, I'd like, one of the old Lincoln Continentals, or maybe, what's the big fucking Cadillac from back in the 60s and 70s? The big, long Cadillac. 1950s, you're talking about like a Chrysler Imperial, Chrysler New Yorker. I'm not a big sports car guy. If you're talking like recent cars in the last 10 years, honestly, a 2017 Lincoln Continental I find very nice. But yeah, I'm not. Dive Bar says he's more of a minivan kind of guy. I don't know. I just find the whole, like, being in your late 30s, 40s, 50s and getting the vroom vroom sports car, I find that to be like kind of an insecurity, small dick thing. The big luxury car, that's more of there's a message in there, in my opinion. And the message is, hey, if you're important, people will fucking wait for you. You don't need a big loud engine or a big vroom vroom. I mean, if that's the way you need to get people to notice you, you ain't interesting. So I'm more of a, I wouldn't ask for that vehicle. And plus, you can't get that at a fucking criminal settlement conference. That would be a civil thing. Hulkamasha Baby. Yes, that's the case. So yeah, like I said yesterday, I said during the show that I wouldn't have much to tell you. I said not a lot was going to happen yesterday, and not a lot did happen yesterday. But by the end of January, I think we'll know a lot more. And like I said, the one thing for me is that, like, this is about as comfortable as this process can possibly be. Like, I have no animosity towards the prosecutors, towards the judge. I think they're all doing their job, and they're, everyone's been really, really cool. And, like, I felt respected throughout the whole thing. And, like, my You know, as far as the judge and the prosecutor and my attorney go, like, I feel that group, everyone involved, has respected my rights, and this process has been very amenable. And, you know, my rights may have been violated by other people, but those aren't the official people involved with this case. Those are private citizens, and we're going to find out about that in a little while. Vidam with $5 says, Lincoln Town Car 1980 is my dream car. Yes. That's Lincoln Town Car is another good one. That's another one. Let's go to Phantom X. Andrew Son says, why haven't you raised money for your case? Because I pay for my case. I paid for it. You know, my case happened. When I tell you guys that, like, we have a goal on this show, and that goal goes, like, all that goes towards paying Johnny, paying taxes, paying for having a corporation, paying all this stuff, and then paying my salary, and then that's my personal money. It's not like expenses in my own life. Like, the way I do it, expenses in my life, the only influence they'll ever have on the goal is downward, like going down. Like, let's say my life for whatever reason, let's say my life gets super cheaper. I'll cut my own pay and ask for less money from my audience. I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not a greedy guy like that. Just not. 175 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for the I just realized that that's going to drive some people fucking insane that I just said that. Well, look. You're here. I'm sorry. You chose to be here. All right. Oh, Jesus. McBuster says Melton raised/conned people for money for his cocaine case. That's a chicken shit move. You should handle that shit on your own like a man. You'll notice throughout this whole thing, we didn't change our goals or anything else. Absolutely not. Snowcat Tish said, Snowcat Tish, I agree with the spirit of what you said. I don't agree with the classification of it in this case, shall we say. All right, let's continue on here. We've got, what are we at? 809, and we're 175 away. Oh, shit, guys, thank you. Get to $100 by 9 o'clock, and we're looking good. Ooh. Kevin Brennan and Chad Zumach react to Gino Bisconti. There might be a Misery Loves Clips clip that I might want to get to. Misery Loves Clips might be making a little money today. Let's see. Another $5. 12 hours ago, Gino Bisconti's downward spiral. Kevin Brennan, Bob Levy, and Chad Zumach react. Ooh. The only thing is it's 27 minutes. 27 minutes long is, that's a lot of jumping around. I don't think I can play a whole 27-minute clip, man. Sorry. Anyway, so thank you guys for being really cool about the court thing. The stuff I was reading on Twitter yesterday was really funny. Like, it had been a couple hours. I was in and out in no time. Like, we literally just sat down in the courtroom and went, continuance, end of January. They were like, yeah, cool, sure. And everyone was fine. My lawyer talked to the prosecutor for a while before our thing. They all, everyone seemed happy. And then we just did the continuance deal. But yeah, thank you guys for being really cool and respectful and awesome for the whole thing. And like I said, as far as these types of things go, everyone's been great. I will say that. Okay, let's get into some more stuff. Let's get into some more trouble. Klopogram says Aaron doesn't need to raise money for his case. He's a Menards dad. He has a coupon for his lawyer. No, I didn't. Oh, I did not get the coupon lawyer. That's for sure. 175 away from today's goal. Hey, guys, nothing in PayPal, Streamlabs, or Venmo today, so let's do me a favor. Let's pop the cherry on that today, and then we'll feel really nice. Everybody click one of those links and drop it in. Here's some interesting developments on the JFK, RFK, DJT front today. RFK Jr., remember, I want him to be a troublemaker. I want him to get in there and just start shaking shit up. Like, as Health and Human Services Secretary, like, this may sound weird, but I don't even care if everything he wants to do is good or, like, positive. As long as it's making people crazy and driving the food industry nuts and the healthcare industry nuts, like, I'm kind of for it because I feel like we've gone a long distance down the wrong road. So him tearing up that road and people losing their mind about it, I kind of like. But the problem is I'm trusting him a lot. Like, a lot of the things RFK Jr. wants to do, I haven't done my homework on, and I'm just like, well, he seems really passionate, so it must be bad. So, yeah, fuck it, let's get rid of it. One of the things he talks about is, like, all the additives that are in food that are bad for us and making us unhealthy. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, take them out. Because, like, other countries have cereals where there's, like, 3 ingredients. And then America has the same cereal, but we have, like, 13 ingredients. And that, yeah, I'll be honest, it does seem a little weird to me. But, like, it's weird to me, but I also haven't read up on it, so I don't know. It just doesn't, it's one of those things where you're like, it doesn't sound right. So let's do something. Real quick, I do want to read this. Bird Collector says, my son bought a 2019 Continental. I think it's a touring edition. Fucking nice. An all-wheel drive twin-turbo V6. I might want to go back to a car after the Tahoe, but I got to wait till one of my kids can ride in the front seat. And right now they're too young. Otherwise, you got to pack 3 kids into the back seat of a car. That's no fun. But I think, SP was asking me this the other day. She goes, really? You want to go to a car after an SUV? Are you sure you want to do it? She's like, after riding up high all that time, you're going to go back to riding on the ground? That's going to be weird, but I don't know. I don't know. Could be all right. 2019 Lincoln Continental Touring. I love these. I think they're great. There it is. Here's my car. I've sat in one of them. They're real. When I bought the Tahoe, they had like when I bought the Tahoe back in 2020, they had a 2017 or a 2018 Continental. And I really, really liked it. I think, is this the one that has the suicide doors? Because they brought that back for a while too. And yes, this is the one that's fantastic. That's one of the reasons I want that vehicle also. I want them to show the inside to people. Stop showing them the outside. Who gives a fuck about the outside? Show them the inside. Lincoln Continental 2019 for sale. Here we go. Edmunds. There we go. Now we can look at some fucking cars in this bitch. Here we go. Show me the inside. Show me the inside of your Lincoln. Show me it. Show me. Why won't you show me? Fucker. Fine. Next. Lincoln Continental. 2019 still going for about $33,000. Okie doke. Show me the inside of your car. Show me the inside. Come on. Show me the inside, you fucking asshole. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I like the seats. The seats look comfy. That's some dated technology. There's some 2019 heads-up display for you. Little sunroof. Boy, thank you for zooming in on the key fob. Another site with dog shit fucking pictures. Okay, now we're just looking at cars. Let's go to the next thing. Welcome to the program. $1 from Trucker 18 Wheeler. Says, I like my 2020 Chevy Silverado LTZ. I wouldn't be able to do a car. Yeah, I'm sure it would be odd. Lab Glass says, Aaron will get pissed off after a week with a car because he has to bend. Papa Shop says, Aaron wants a car that makes him feel like Bashar al-Assad at a mid-level price point. This guy gets it. Somebody, too, says, that looks like a car an old person would drive. I do like old people cars. My first car when I was a kid was a Pontiac Bonneville. After that, I drove a Buick Lucerne, and that car treated me really well. I really liked my Lucerne. That was not a vehicle where people were like, oh yeah, that Buick Lucerne, that's an old people car. I was like, I know, I'm just driving it because, it was reasonable or whatever. No. I fucking loved my Buick Lucerne. That's why you're never going to see me have a midlife crisis. I'm Benjamin Buttoning when it comes to vehicles. That Tahoe was not for me. I bought that Tahoe because someone else who was 8 years younger than me thought, oh, that car's sexy. That car's sexy. That was before I knew them for years and years, and every fucking thing they think, that's sexy. That's so sexy. All right, we fucking got it. Sexy is the verb or word or descriptor that we're using. Got it. I had a fucking minivan. I had 3 kids. That's what you should have. You should have a fucking minivan when you got 3 kids. But that one's so sexy. It's sexy. Isn't that sexy? Papa Shab says good April impression. It's not bad. It's not as good as Zumox. Zumox is a little bit better. But his is also far more graphic. Papa Shab says, I thought she was in studio for a moment. It's that the whole thing is sex. It's so sexy. Sex. Sexy sex. Like it's all sexy sex. Isn't that sex? That's sex. Got it. We understand. Turd Burglar says Chad's April's impression is great. Yeah, he's got better. He's got a better impression. McBuster says April has cheesy wolf tattoos. Enough said. But the tattoos are sexy. Aren't they sex? Have you seen my sex tattoos? They're so sexy. I don't have an ass, but let me shake it in a bikini. Isn't that sexy? That's sexy. I'm going to try and give Chad a run for his money. Lost Teos with a good point. He says, your midlife crisis was when you left your wife and kids for a younger woman. Act accordingly. Fair. The man's got a good point. The man's got a good point. But then I also drove a Buick Enclave and a minivan during that time. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, we have a Chevy Suburban and a Dodge Ram. I love my pickup and our Chevy Suburban. I would never go back to a car or van. $1 from Hulkamasha Baby says, really the whole relationship can't have a relationship without lots of sex wasn't a red flag. Look. I'm not complaining about my current sex life at all. But yeah, if someone, sexy, it's so sexy. Isn't that sexy? All right, got it. Everything's fucking sexy. Look at that crappie that I caught. Isn't that a sexy crappie? No, that's fucking weird. I'm not going to have sex with the fish. It's important to draw lines in your relationship. That steak that we're having, it's such a sexy steak. It's not sexy. It's good food. It's just delicious food. That's all. Oh, man. Needs to be more nasally. Maybe snort something first, then you'll get it. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. Bapa Shab says, SP is a great beard. Thank you, buddy. Much better than Melton's slow wife. I don't know if anyone's wife is slow. I don't think that's fair. Turd Burglar says, yeah, lines helped your last marriage. At a kid. Where's Carlos Cameo's comment? He says, there's an alternate timeline when you never bought the Tahoe and have a much better life. You're probably right. The kids are still watching movies on the TVs in the back of the minivan. And, there's everybody's got a better life going for them. Wildcard becoming a member for 30 months says, what does Chad have to say about your car choices? I'll be honest, I don't have a Chad Zumock impression. I've never worked on one. Phantom X says, Aaron, can we admit that besides the loss of arm definition, April was better looking near the end there, but I also prefer slim women. Ooh, I disagree. I thought the drinking and the drugs did a number. Towards the end, it was getting pert bad. Not bad. I won't say, I'm sorry, not bad, but like worse. I think right around the time we got married, You know, when we were going to the gym 4 days a week and shit, I think we were both probably in our best looking wise, probably around 2021, I'd say. All right, let's get into the RFK Jr. thing. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I appreciate that. It's putting us 170 away from today. Like I said, get her down to 100 by the top of the hour, and we're looking bueno. Still nothing via Venmo or PayPal today. So let's go ahead and bust that in and call it another win for the toe. Go ahead and throw a couple of bucks that way. And I think we started at 220 today. Let's make it go. What do you say? RFK Jr. is reportedly pushing son's wife, his daughter-in-law, as deputy CIA director so she can get to the bottom of the JFK assassination for him. Yes! Here we go. This is what we wanted. We wanted RFK Jr. in the Trump administration so he would shake shit up. I wanted RFK Jr. to be the head of the CIA. I thought that would be a great fuck you, but Tulsi Gabbard being the CIA's boss as the head of national intelligence, I don't mind that either. But Trump has alluded many times, especially on the Rogan interview, that in this term, in this 4 years of his administration, he's going to release all the Kennedy stuff, and he'd fucking better. And it better fucking be, hold on. It better fucking be there. Not fat enough to pull off a good Mersh, but what do you do? RFK Jr. wants to release everything on Kennedy. Trump wants to release everything on JFK. So I mean, there's no reason why it can't be done. He did. Did anyone notice, if you watch the Rogan interview, Trump did kind of give kind of a bullshit non-answer on the JFK thing. He was like, well, you know, there were people alive that I didn't want to harm their families, and I didn't. So we want to get to the truth, you know, but, you know, we want to get to the truth, but we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. That doesn't sound like a very Trump thing to say. I think what happened with the Kennedy shit was that Trump was still trying to get a second term, and that was going to rattle the cages and maybe hurt that. Now he's got this second term. He can't run again, so fuck it. Let's go out guns blazing. As a matter of fact, I don't think we're going to get the skinny on the Kennedy stuff until the end of his administration, because I don't think he wants to. I think he's got certain things he wants to accomplish legislatively, and that'll get done in the first 2 years. I think there's stuff he wants to get done unilaterally that he'll spread out over the 4 years. I think there's pardons he wants to get out of the way in the first couple of weeks. I think the Kennedy stuff and all of that might be later on, because the Kennedy stuff could distract from all the other things. So I think you'll probably have to wait about another 3.5 years or so to get like the straight dope on JFK. Elza Belza says, your eyes aren't crossed enough, but good Mersh impression. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys liked it. Bapa Shab says, Mersh is all jowls now. All right, hold on. I can't. Jesus Christ, I have to almost have a stroke to be Mersh. This is really difficult, you guys. Hold on. So I gotta get jowls. Hold on. I gotta Google up my eyes. It better fucking be there. That's a little better, right? Look, man, I'll stay after class until we get it right. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says every flag on her was red. Sex, money, boyfriend, coke, way younger than you, no boobs. Are all of those, okay, those are all the red flags? Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler. I appreciate that. Wild card with $10 over on PayPal. He says testing. Hey, I'm not sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, but I'm not sure that test of PayPal is enough to know whether it's for sure working or not. So if more of you, and nobody's tested Venmo yet either. So we should probably see if all of that is working okay before we, ride off into the sunset and say all systems are go. So a few more tests of the PayPal, a few more tests of the Venmo. We're 160 away from today's goal. We'll knock it out. And then it's a whole week of successful shows here on Steel Toe. Thank you, guys. Papa Shop says that killed me. Holy oh, the Mersh impression killed you? I'm working on it. Elza Belza says, put your shoulders down. I can't. I have to get the jowl. I can't get I don't have enough fat on my face to be Mersh unless I really kind of just push everything up to try and get, like, I can't, like, I don't have enough fat. Like, I don't have neck rolls. I don't have, like, I don't have enough fat under my chin to, like, see, that's not enough to be Mersh. But that's not his fault. You know, he's a short guy. I'm taller. I'm almost 6'4". So mine spreads out a little more. I mean, sure, Mersh probably still weighs more than I do. But like mine can spread out. My 225 can go to longer distances. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says those were just some of the red flags. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Approachable says, speaking of going to the gym 4 days a week, are you going to go and work on your chest later today? That shirt is very revealing of some problem areas for you. I can't help it, man. I got wide, broad shoulders. You know, the boxing really helps with that. But let's just say, yeah, my core is definitely my problem area. And you know why my core is my problem area? I eat like shit and I don't work on it. That's my problem. I'm just glad that the people who make fun of me for it are way fatter and way sadder than I am. That is, to be honest, extremely helpful in that particular arena, if you will. All right, guys, thank you very much. 160 away from today. In the next half hour, let's get it all the way down to 100. So RFK Jr. has been telling people that Fox Kennedy, that's a great fucking name, his presidential campaign manager, who is married to his son, Bobby III, would help to get to the bottom of the JFK assassination. RFK believes and wants to get to the bottom of it, the sources said. Between the lines, if Fox Kennedy were named deputy to John Ratcliffe, Trump's pick for CIA director, she'd be in a position to dig into what the CIA knows about the assassination and potentially urge the release of the documents. Huh. You know, though, the CIA, if you go to the CIA and they're like, hey, will you release everything you've got on the Kennedy assassination and, you know, tell us who killed him? They're going to be like, well, I mean, it was us. She'd be like, what? Like, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but your grandfather was openly at war. Or no, would it be grandfather? Your great uncle. Your great uncle was openly at war with the CIA. He was firing our guys. He fucked us over in Cuba. He was trying to buck break us and tell us that he's in charge, not us. And we decided to show him who's really in charge. Plus, he didn't want to get overly involved in Vietnam. And LBJ's wife was itching to get in there because she was the main stockholder in Bell Helicopter. So we had to murder your great uncle. She starts crying and they're like, what? You wanted to know? Jesus. That would be funny if, like, nobody ever just straight up asked the CIA if they did it. And they're like Mustafa from Austin Powers, where they're like, hey, you guys have anything to do with killing Kennedy? They're like, what? You guys have anything to do with killing Kennedy? What's that? You guys have anything to do with killing JFK? Oh, yeah, we blew his fucking head off in Dallas, like at point blank range. We shot him from, like, right behind the car. What? Yeah. And you've just been holding on to that for 60 years? Well, nobody bothered to ask us straight away. We would have told you, but you guys kept coming to us and going, I have theories. Nobody just went, did you guys murder JFK? We would have told you. Yes, he was a pain in our ass. We hated his guts. It was either that or the president was going to be more powerful than the CIA. We can't do that. So we smoked the fucking guy. Yeah, Zen Man. Do I really need to ask you 3 times? No, you see, do I really need to ask you 3 times is a first question in a new line of questioning. Look, do we get to the bottom of what happened to JFK by the end of the Trump administration? I think we do. Well, at the very least, we'll know more than we do now. Like, I don't think that, I don't think that Trump, that we're going to have to sit there and do the same old, like, the dance we've been doing on the Trump administration. We'll have more information by the time he leaves, and it'll be very troubling information, more so than what we have now, if that makes sense. All right, guys, we can do this Kevin Brennan Gino thing if we want to, where Kevin Brennan is drinking champagne, talking about Gino Bisconti losing his YouTube channel, which I think even Gino would admit that's kind of funny. Like, I'm sure people who hate my guts and think I'm the worst guy in the world while simultaneously only being able to feed their families because of me, which is a little odd. I think even like they would celebrate when bad things happen to me. I would understand that. Just like I laugh at them and mock them openly when they step in shit, which is like every day now. By the way, sorry to the person who messaged me. I'll be very careful bringing it up. But Kevin Brennan was drinking champagne, watching Gino Bisconti lose his YouTube channel, and look, man, Kevin's a funny guy, you know. You can't say he's not. I thought this was kind of weird. House passes defense policy bill that bans gender-affirming care for transgender children. This is one of the things I hate that government does is like, you know how the Democrats accuse the Republicans of voting down a border protection bill? But when you dig deeper into that bill, it was actually like a giveaway to Ukraine and a giveaway to Israel, and they just put that in there as a poison pill to get the Republicans to say no to the border thing so that they could hang them on that. Well, both sides do that. And the Republicans did a thing in the House that the Democrats are probably going to shoot down in the Senate for now, while they still have the majority for about another month. But the House passed a defense policy bill, a military bill, basically. But in it, they said no gender-affirming care, no cutting off kids' dicks, no giving kids a shitload of hormones before they're in puberty and fucking around with their body chemistry. I don't care how much of a single mom you are. I don't care how many lawsuits you filed to get the dad out of their lives so they wouldn't have a voice of reason anymore. I don't care how much you think it would be great that all your liberal friends think you're so cool that you have a trans kid and you're playing Munchausen by proxy syndrome with your kid's future. I don't care about any of that. We're going to put our foot down on this whole deal. Basically the House of Representatives did the same thing with gender-affirming care that the Democrats did with the border. They had a military funding bill and then put the banning of transgender child care, quote unquote, in the military funding bill. So if the Democrats wanted to vote against the gender-affirming care if they wanted to vote against the gender-affirming care for transgender children, in voting for the military funding bill, they would ban gender-affirming care for transgender children. So if they wanted to, quote-unquote, stick up for gender-affirming care for transgender children, they had to vote against funding the military. So the Republicans, that's kind of an old 9/11 move. They're dusting off a September 12th, 2001 move, which is if you don't vote for the thing we want, you must hate America and hate freedom. That's kind of what they're doing, is the Democrats are like, we are not going to vote to ban gender-affirming care for children. That's something we love here as liberals. And the House Republicans go, all right, fine, go ahead, vote against our troops. Is it a dirty fucking move? Yeah, it's a dirty fucking move. But then again, so is gender-affirming care for children. That's a dirty move. So I really don't mind this one that much. It's a dirty move, but it's in service of a good idea, if that makes sense. Let's go ahead and hit play on this story from CNN. And to the rest of you, let's all throw in a few bucks. We're $160 away from today's goal. We're about 25 minutes away from 9 o'clock. I'd be tickled pink if we got to $100 by 9. Test the PayPal, test the Venmo, see if it's working for me. What do you say? Couple of bucks for the toe so we can get to a perfect week this week. Thank you, guys. All right, let's end this ad and get to the congressional trickery that's afoot.
What concerns have you had about speaking out?
That I'm gonna be like murdered. Like,
oh my fucking God. So this is a CNN thing where they're interviewing quote unquote trans kids. This is an evil fucking thing for these parents to do. Holy shit. And are these the parents standing behind them? Look at this. The parents are even right behind them when they're standing there talking about being trans, because the parents have to micromanage every aspect of this, because these kids did not think about this shit on their own. These kids had this shit put in their head by not their parents, by their fucking moms. You never really see dads involved in these kinds of decisions. But that 10-year-old, they go, what's your biggest fear about speaking out? That I'll be murdered? That means that this cunt fucking mom put that idea in a 10-year-old's head that if she spoke out, she'd be murdered. That is not something that little girl needs to be worried about. But this mom put that in that little girl. Oh, these parents should be locked the fuck up. I'm sorry. This is child abuse. Child abuse. Go back to that first question.
Have you had about speaking out?
that I'm gonna be like murdered. Like one day I'm gonna be walking down the street and somebody's gonna come up and like shoot me or something.
Your mom told you that. Your
scary thing to
fucking
do.
asshole mom told you that. And these kids need to be removed from their homes. These parents need to lose custody of their children. This kid has worked herself into the fear that no kid should live with the fear that they're going to be murdered. And I know that her mom would hear me say that and go, yeah, that's why we need gender affirming care. No, that's why we need to get your kid the fuck away from you. Society didn't do that. Trans shit didn't do that. You did that. You put that idea in your kid's head. You have your kid fearing for their fucking life because you convinced a 10-year-old that they're in the wrong body. You mentally abused a 10-year-old to the point where they think they're the wrong gender. You have your kid believing there's something wrong with them. You are a fucking piece of shit. You're a monster. This is evil. And like CNN and MSNBC parade this shit around. Like you and I are the bad guys. Like the people looking out for the children are the bad guys. This is the most gaslighting shit I think the media does today. Worse than anything Trump related, worse than anything Russia or Ukraine. This is where the most gaslighting from the media happens, is this trans kids shit. Because the people who are standing up for the kids are being called the bigots, and the people poisoning the brains of little kids are being called the heroes. These moms are mentally fucked in the head, and they're projecting that onto their children because the children came, this little girl came by one day and said, I want to play with a wrench. And she goes, maybe you're a boy and you're really in the wrong body. And here's and then kids don't come to this shit on their own. Parents have to put this shit into their head. And at 9, 10 years old, kids don't know what they want to be. They don't know what they are. Certainly not to the point where you should be drugging them to change them. Are you out of your fucking gourd? And then she puts it in this little girl's head. Oh, and by the way, if you try to be the gender you are, or you say you want to be this, people are going to probably try to...
10 years old.
People are probably going to try to kill you. And then she goes and says that on TV, and then CNN puts it on the air. This is fucking evil, dude.
Yeah, that should not be a worry.
I agree.
Michelle, what's going through your mind as you hear your daughter say this?
It's just hard to hear her say that.
You did it to her.
She asked me three questions after she heard who won the election. Are we gonna have to move?
Oh my God! So they made it about Trump after the election because she's heard her mom talking. She's heard her watching the stuff her mom watches on TV. Again, kids don't just think of this shit. You put this in their fucking head. And you get so mad because you imagine having a conversation with these women and they would swear up and down that they're not doing it. And you know what? I believe that they believe it. That's the most frustrating part. I know what the answer is. I know what happened here. But you will never get these people to fucking admit it. And the thing they're looking you in the eye and telling you, they swear to God they're telling the truth.
Are they going to take me away from you? And am I not going to be able to get my medicine?
And your medicine, you know, the shit mommy put me on because I said I felt like a boy one day. And look at the physical toll it's already taking on this little girl. Like, look at how she already looks. That's not normal. That's medicated. It's altering her as a person. This is fucked up. These 3 women should, honestly, like, I'm leaning towards these people should be put in jail for what they're doing to children. Because doing this to children, like, you're not even giving them a chance to have a life. You're fucking altering them before they even have a chance to find out who they are or before they can have a life. You're brainwashing and then drugging them. That's fucking crazy behavior. And I think it should be punishable by charges.
It's frightening.
We've seen Republicans put a lot of money and energy
Oh my
into
God.
transgender issues.
Now it's
more
Republicans.
than 200 million.
Yeah, because when it comes to pushing trans kids shit, yeah, it's all Republicans. Oh, yeah. 100%. Republicans are the real problem when it comes to trans shit. Republicans aren't just responding to people drugging kids and trying to cut their cocks off. That's not what Republicans are doing. Republicans started all this shit. We've been transitioning kids since the beginning of time. Republicans just all of a sudden became upset. No, sorry. Nope. The facts don't check out on that one. I'm going to have a fucking heart attack.
Dollars were spent this election cycle in anti-trans ads. What does that feel like to have so much attention by all these politicians on your identity?
It makes me feel like they think we're puppets that they can play with.
You are. And you know who the puppeteer is, young lady? Her. Carol from The Walking Dead. Aaron, you know her name. No, it's something McBride. I don't know Carol from The Walking Dead. The actress it's McBride. Something McBride. I don't remember the actor's name. But yes, you are being used by a puppet. But it's the people who are telling you who's using you as a puppet who are the ones using you as a puppet. Republicans are not spending this money on advocating against all this transgender youth shit because they felt like it. They're doing it because these people started it.
And it's just so wrong.
It made you feel disrespected?
Made me feel like literally dead inside. It's probably...
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but mental illness does that to people. And then when you have adults in your life who are supposed to care for you and they make it worse, yeah, this is something you would have grown out of. Studies reveal that, by the way. Studies reveal that the overwhelming majority of kids who feel this way, who are just allowed to live, they fucking grow out of it. And the ones who get placated, the ones who are allowed to go down that road, end up with serious mental illness and depression and S-word attempts and shit like that. Like, it's a bad road.
Honestly, the worst thing I've ever felt. I've heard transphobic politicians that say, no, you have the wrong gender, you're confused, honey. No, myself is a fact, not an opinion.
You're fucking 10? No. You're 10. No. I'm a dinosaur. All right, I'll let you play that out for a couple of hours, but by the time we go to the store, you gotta chill, dude. Myself is who you are 10. I'm sorry. Foot down. I know better than you. You're 10. God damn it. There's a reason you can't smoke a cigarette, have a beer, get a tattoo, or vote. You don't know any better. Now all of a sudden you're a fucking biology and chemistry expert? Get the fuck out of here. This is why they don't allow dads in this shit. This is why you see dads who end up going to court and getting their fucking custody rights taken away. Because dads are the only ones who go, you don't know. I know better than you. I'm not letting you do this. I'm not letting you damage your body and damage your chemistry and damage your biology because you're thinking this at 10 years old. I know better than you do. The same reason we don't, if a 10-year-old goes, I feel like an IndyCar driver. I'm not letting you get in the car. You're denying me my sense of who I am. No, I know what's good. I know better. I'm sorry.
And they don't get to decide that for me. I get to decide that for myself.
The Supreme Court is taking on a Tennessee law that is banning gender-affirming care for minors. So this is things like hormones.
I don't care what people who dig for coal do. I mean,
puberty blockers. Roughly 24 states have passed restrictions.
Puberty blockers. Let's discuss that for a second. Why do you need to block a totally normal thing that helps regulate who you're going to be? Puberty helps tell you who you are. You don't need to block that. You need to go through that. Puberty's a good thing. It's a natural change in our bodies that helps us discover who we're going to be. If you block that, you're altering it. You're not letting, if you're really going, hey, I know who I am, I know who myself is, and I want to just be free to be who I'm going to be, okay, then we need to let you go through puberty because that's part of that process. Blocking puberty is actually stunting and avoiding who you really are. That's the manipulation, is stopping your body's natural process of telling you who you are. The very thing you're railing against, or the very thing you're telling us you want, is the thing we're trying to give you. I just want to be who I'm supposed to be. Well, then you need to go through puberty. I'm sorry. That's going to tell you who you are.
On gender-affirming care. It's clearly a big political issue, but I want to understand
this is fucking evil, dude. I'm watching evil happen.
Why is this something that's important for your family?
I don't know what kind of care my kids are going to need in the future, but
I know I'm going to guide them in the direction that I want them to go. Oh my God. And they always look like this. They always fucking look like this. There's a phenotype for the brainwashing Munchausen mom.
You also believe in body autonomy and parental rights. And so my kids deserve access to the same life-saving care that other cisgender kids are receiving.
Right. And you know what cisgender kids do? They go through puberty so their body can tell them who they are. How did we get to the point where we're like, trust the science, trust the science? How did that same culture also go, blocking puberty is the good science? No. This is fucking bananas. Absolutely bananas. Just a symptom of a dying, mentally ill society, and these people are embracing it, says Bigot on socialist media. I hear you. Mussolini Diff with $5 says kids aren't being talked into being trans by their parents or teachers. Remember when they denied that? What's next? Well, yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be figured out. Nobody wants to be caught doing that because it's fucking tragic and evil. It's a terrible thing to be. But that just drives me insane. That is so bad. Like a 10-year-old doesn't come up with that shit on their own. I'm worried that someone's going to kill me if I go up outside. That your mom did that to you. I'm sorry, that wasn't us, honey. Sweetheart, that wasn't us in society doing that to you. That was your mom. Your mom is the bad guy. The call is coming from inside the house. I'm sorry. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says they blocked Aaron's puberty. Look at him. He's a mess. You see what an emotional fucking shitbag I am? They should have never put me on puberty. Look at my tits. Puberty blockers make you a mess. I got testosterone in a glass. That's why my hair's going away. Andrew's son says you need to clip this. Oh, well, I mean, it's just, it drives you so nuts because the answer is so clear. You know what I mean? Like, the facts are right in front of us and we deny them because we don't want to piss off a mom. It's like, yeah, but these moms are the bad guys. They're the evil ones. They're the ones doing this. And you can't pull the wool over other parents' eyes. Other parents know. Like this CNN chick, I guarantee she doesn't have children. So these moms can go, oh, yeah, they came about it themselves. They thought about this all on their own. And the CNN chick goes, oh, my God, my college professor told me that's the thing you can do. But you can't bullshit people who have children. Like people who have and have raised a 10-year-old know that they're like, okay, kids don't think that way. Kids don't come to shit like that by themselves. That's something that has to be put in there. And like non-dog shit parents feel themselves doing stuff like that and they go, whoa, rein it in. You're putting your shit on the kid. Knock that shit off. Coltrane says these parents need jail time. I don't know what's going to stop this. I hope it doesn't have to be jail time. I hope it doesn't need to be worse than that. But this does need to be stopped. This is an evil in our time that needs to be stopped. This is an evil worth confronting. Is this idea that we should be brainwashing kids that are 10 years old into thinking they need puberty blockers. And the people who give the puberty blockers to the 10-year-olds, this absolutely is something that is worth fighting, locking people up for. Like, I don't mean to make a comparison to a certain group of people from in our not so recent history, but that's how you get those groups. That's how you get those types of people is they are pushed to the brink. They know that there's something immoral and wrong going on. Everyone calls them evil and terrible. And then they just go, all right, well, guess what? We're in a panic now. This is something we fucking believe in. And this is something that is objectively hurting us as a society. We're going to do what we need to do to stop it. Like, especially if it's harming children. Andrew Sun says, I love how fearless Aaron is. He says what I think, but I would be fired for saying it publicly. Fucking this people doing this to their children is amongst the most evil thing I can think of. And again, please show me an instance where it's more than 10% of the time that it's just a single mom. That it's more than that. Please show me more than 10% of the time where you have this shit going on, there's a dad involved. Like, I'm sorry, if this is scientific and this is natural and it just happens with kids, why is it always a very certain set of conditions end up creating this? Single mom, no dad, very liberal in their politics. Why, and have had extensive discussions with their children about gender. Why is it always that? Why is it never mom and dad, picnics, little league, that kind of shit? It's never that. None of those kids ever end up trans. Go through puberty, live a normal life, the whole deal. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I refer to kid as boy to hide his name from people and to make sure he knows he's a boy. Bapa Shab says it's all a grift for money with a eugenics cherry on top. Patience for life. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, my man. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. All right, guys, we are 5 minutes away from 9 o'clock. We are, we started today at 2:20. The evening show really did a great job. And now we're 5 minutes away. We're going to fall behind on a 2:20 day. So please, we've done a great show for you today. A lot of high energy, a lot of interesting topics discussed. I am very confident that it's been a very entertaining show. So throw a little something in the bucket. Let's make a very small goal today work. Let's do it PayPal, Venmo. We've had very little in either of those. Please contribute to the show. Let's knock it out. We'd really hate to spend the last 5 minutes of the show begging for money when it was only 2:20. Let's get out of that CNN story because I'm just going to get more fucking incensed by the whole deal. Hey, OGs, if we're not under 100 in not too long, I'm going to do drama coverage. That's the deal. That's what I'm doing because I'll just, look, if we're going to fucking do a great show and take a shit on a really small goal, then I'll just fucking do whatever. Right now, I'm fucking dancing like a monkey. I'm an organ grinding monkey for you right now. So let's fire that up. Let's knock it out. Let's call it another win for the Tell. Because I get antsy on Thursdays because it's the last one of the week. And it's like, it was tiny. It was a nothing goal. Let's fucking do it and call it done. And the weekend can start. They found more video of the United Healthcare shooter, Luigi Mangione. And I'm almost positive that it's the media's goal now. Like our goal is 150, which is fucking nothing. It's the media's goal now to make this guy look as cool as possible. Because they're like, we found new video of Luigi Mangione. And usually, if they find new video of like a killer or a bad guy, it's like him eating his own shit or like him yelling at old ladies or shit like that. With Luigi Mangione, they're like, hey, we found new video of this guy. He's just pounding beers like a fucking Chad. You guys want to see? They got video of this guy in college basically doing the Sandman entrance where he drinks the beer and fucking smashes it over his head. This is the guy who would later end up murdering the CEO of United Healthcare. Here's some video we have of him. The fucking Sandman entrance and then chugging the beer. So so this big dumb guinea fuck that would end up killing a guy has apparently, what we found out from this video evidence, has always been a big dumb guinea fuck. So there is that. And by the way, other than making this guy look cool, what's the reason for releasing that video? Like, clearly the media wants to have it both ways where they go, oh, it's terrible that people are saying nice things about this murderer. You know, they'll run piece after piece about that. But then they'll go, look at this video of him being a total Uber Chad, smashing beer cans over his head and shit. Fuck. You're sending a little bit of a mixed message. Plus, now Jimmy Kimmel's going to do his next show with a boner. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, how do we get the Democrats to stop supporting that shit? They don't want to stop supporting that shit. So what you're going to have to do is they're just going to have to keep losing on that issue until they drop it. I mean, there's really no other way to address it at this point. Silver Wolf with $20 says, I guess I don't really need spicy AI chat bots. Well, I don't know what that means. Thank you very much, Silver Wolf. That puts Silver Wolf over the $200 mark for this week. He's at 202. Old Silver Wolf now just 202. $138 behind All's Fair in Love and War. And Rocky with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. There's 40. That puts us 110 away from today. There you go, guys. Couple more of those, and it's another win for the toe. 110 is the number. Get it done. Knock it out. Call it a day. $4.99 from the Front Porch Conservative says, hey, is this working? If others would test this for me, I would appreciate it. Also, Aaron, do you have a sale going on Asian slave girls for Christmas? No. No, Front Porch. I don't. Thank you. Thank you, my friend, for asking that question. By the way, Front Porch Conservative over on YouTube is saying that he's not sure if the super chat system is working. He'd like other people to test it. Look, that's part of being a good neighbor, in my opinion. PayPal and Venmo. Nothing's come in on Venmo today, or there's a chance that, maybe the system just isn't working. I think it definitely could use a test. What, are you learning today that I'm shameless? That's weird. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I love slamming my groin into a keg before I drink from it. Right? Everybody drinks differently. See, like I drink old fashions nowadays. That's my drink of choice. And that is a really rough one to smash over your head. before you drink. It's most the glass shards. That's the problem. You take the fucking glass, and then all of a sudden you're picking shards out. And then you get one of those big shards and you pull that out and all the blood just goes running down your face. People tell me I should quit, that it could have long-term health implications, but I haven't seen any negative consequences yet, you know? All right, so the dumb wop does dumb wop shit with beers. Who would have thought? Guys, we have terrible news. The breakup of Megan Fox and MGK continues. Megan Fox has bought a new house, and she bought it without Machine Gun Kelly. Oh, boy. It's almost like the really hot chick rebelled against her traditional life with her husband and children, went slumming with the meth head for a while, and then went, you know what? I woke up one day and went, I'm a lot better than this big, tall, retarded piece of shit. Good for Megan Fox for finally learning. Although, I will say it fucking cheapens her resale value in a big way. I mean, look at this fucking dweeb. Tell me this guy wouldn't be getting bullied for his lunch money every day if he didn't have a recording contract. What a fucking dork. Anytime you need that many fucking tattoos to convince yourself you're not the thing you are, that's a red flag. Hey, but guys, he cuts the sleeves off his jackets. Holy shit, dude. This guy. If you're a guy and you think Machine Gun Kelly is cool, you're the biggest fucking dork of anyone you know. I promise you. Oh, because like what you like about him, you have to say out loud. You have to say like, oh man, got so many tats and he cuts the sleeves off his jackets. He's so good. He's just different, man. He like rebels against what the custom is. It's like, no, he's just tacky. I'm sorry, guys. He's just a tacky dude. He's not a rebel. He's not different. He's not a nonconformist. He's just a dork. He's just a tryhard trying to show mommy that he's a special boy. Sorry, guys. He got lucky for a while, though. I'll give him that. Like for a year and a half, he got really lucky. He got to date the really good-looking girl. Now he's going to have to go back to slamming road skanks. You know, but it's better to have loved and lost than never to have lost at all. Good for Megan Fox for waking up one day and realizing, yep, this is my slumming it phase. This was definitely my cougar slumming it phase. All right, time to move on. Ryan Gosling still married? Like, find yourself a respectable guy at this point. Coyote NV says Melton hammered Nelson Bros. Oh, no. A big, fat, obese MAP said something bad about a lovely, respectable local establishment. That guy is so fucking desperate. I love the shit I make him do. Aaron went to a place to eat food once. I need to talk about it. Patrick, that's called an obsession, sweetie. Get help. Another win for the fucking team. Mussolini dip with $2 says final Twilight movie gay vampire gets a divorce. Did they? I don't think they even made it to getting married. I don't think those two made it down the aisle. Megan Fox wised up before that happened. That, by the way, that puts us 105 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Very nice, very nice. Keep going. We're only 105 away. This thing is highly attainable at this point. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's do it. Papa Shab says, I'm obsessed with Melton's back fat. I mean, it's hard not to see it, right? Rational Redhead says, Megan Fox and Brian Austin Green have 3 boys they are raising as girls. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Pull up, guys. Pull the fuck up. Chips and Diff says, don't you like Post Malone? Yes, but Post Malone is a fucking dork. And guess what Post Malone does? He acts like a fucking dork. The problem with MGK is that it's all AstroTurf. It's all a gimmick. It's all a put on. It's all what he wants people to think of him. Machine Gun Kelly is the worst kind of guy who says, I don't care what people think of me, because he wants people to think that he doesn't care what they think about him. He's the worst kind of that kind of guy. Whereas Post Malone, I think Post Malone does care what people think of him. And Post Malone is a nerdy guy. And he'll say right openly, I'm a nerdy fucking, I'm a weird dude. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says MGK's tats are the way Aaron talks about other men. You guys make it too obvious. Wait, what? How did this all turn on me? Elza Belza says, did he really talk about a place you went to eat? That is one retarded, obsessed humpback. Let's hope he doesn't find out about Cafe Renaissance. I'd hate to see him drool. Aaron went to this place to eat. I hate it. Patrick, that means you live for me, sweetheart. I don't know what else to tell you. Are you going to need another group therapy session about Steel Toe? Don't call in sick this time. Coltrane says Hollywood seems to have a crazy rate of children with mental illness. Weird. Yeah. It's a little.
Wow.
It's a little on the nose, shall we say. Flinty Gecko with $25. Where does that put old Flinty? $150 for Flinty. So Flinty is at $150. Silverwolf is at $202. And Doorman is holding down. Doorman and Chris O are holding down the fourth spot, tied at $100. Thank you very much, Flinty Gecko, for the 25er. And that 25er is going to put us only $80 away from today's goal. Guys, we're almost there. We're not going to do a 5-minute begging session today. Not at all. We're only $80 away. Everybody team up and we'll have this thing hammered out in no time. Thank you very much. There's all the links in the chat. Good for Megan Fox. The only thing is now I'm hearing that the thing is, like, the hot chick who has to keep throwing the fact that she's hot in your face isn't as hot. Like, I'm going to take an 8. I'll take an 8 who just lets the hotness speak for themselves over a 9.5 who's like, this is see-through and you can see my pussy. It's like, I don't know. That's just like, to me, it's just like, no, we got it. No, but believe me, we understand. Like, no, I need you to know, like, I'm fucking, can you see my tits through this? Like, yeah, but like, I didn't want it if it was that easy. I mean, you kind of reckon it. It's like if they put all your Christmas presents under the tree, but they're all unwrapped. It's like, well, that's like, you took away the fucking fun part, you stupid whore. Like, who's a woman who's like an 8 or a 7.5? But she, you know what? You know who's really hot and like she's older and everything? Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is really fucking hot because Megyn Kelly doesn't have to look really fucking hot. Like, Megyn Kelly just shows up in her broadcasting attire and her professional dress and you're like, holy fucking shit. She's 50 what now? That she is a smoke show. Whereas like Megan Fox will wear a sheer thing and is like, here's my pussy, here's my tits. Like, all right, we fucking got it. Like, you're ruining it. You're wrecking it. Like, you're hot. Be confident in the fact that you're hot. Yeah, but this one shows off my nipple. It's like, yes. It's like, I want to look at you and be like, wow, she's hot. I don't want you to already be there and just go, I'm hot, I'm hot, I'm hot, I'm hot, I'm hot. There's something about you having to say it that takes the fun out of it. Zenman Build says Aaron wants to wreck it. No, I don't. I the opposite. I don't want to wreck it. Chips and Diff says your Megan impression sounds like your April impression. That was one thing that kind of took away from April's hotness, is like April, like, and I would always tell her she was gorgeous and everything else, but she was always like there's a thing, like me and someone else, we make fun of, like, April had this thing on the show where if people would criticize her, she'd be like, you just want to fuck me. It's like, all right, here we go again with the, you just want to fuck me. Yup, they just want to fuck you. That's exactly what it is. Mr. Beat says, yes, Aaron, we know your shirt shows off your nipples. No. I wasn't talking about me. Helgi says, Aaron somehow finds a way to bring up Megyn Kelly every show. I think he has a crush. Oh, fuck yeah. Megyn Kelly's fucking gorgeous. Are you kidding? I hope my tits look as good as hers at that age. Chevy fan says Megyn Kelly has had hundreds of thousands of dollars in surgery done. Wow, you're retired. There's nothing wrong with getting plastic surgery. I don't think that's breaking the rules. I don't think that goes against anything I'm talking about. You can get plastic surgery. I mean, look, man, age happens. Age is a real thing. If you have the ability to hold back the hands of time and you want to do it, I don't think that's necessary. I don't find that to be a cheat. I really don't. We got some basketball drama, huh? Shaq and Charles Barkley got into it over Jay-Z and Shaq walked off the set. Ooh. What happened with the girls here? I want to see what got the girls to be fighting each other. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says April was a 6 and she thought she was a 10. I'm not going to call April a 6. That's not very nice. And I don't think that's true. I think even those of us who don't like her can say, she's not an ugly woman. Sam Show says men usually want women that intimidate them. You're not intimidated by whores. Bingo. Thank you. I want a woman who, intimidate's a good word, but there's something else. I want a woman who, should I use the word scares me a little bit? I want a woman who makes me feel like I'm not in control. I want a woman who makes me feel like, I don't know. I think Sam Show might have just said it perfect. Intimidated. And now I can't find the word. Thank you, MSO. MSO says swallows. That's what I was thinking. That's what it is. Thank you, MSO, because sometimes, the word is kicking around in my head, and it's not. No, Ned's rusty taint, not anal. That's not the word I was looking for. No eating clams, not with a dong. That's not. Lost Tejas says, Aaron is a submissive and needs a dominant woman. No, I'm not a submissive guy, but I want to not be in control all the time. I want to give and take. Dive Bar says, I want a woman with a short skirt and a long jacket. That's actually really cute. I like that. Clopogram says, not scared of a neck choke. Hey, no, I've never neck choked. I've never choked any female. I've choked men before. Okay, fine. I've choked women in bed. Wait a minute. Time the fuck out. That's a weird way to say you want to get pegged, says Las Tejas. No, I don't want to get pegged. Las Tejas, or Labglass says you want a woman to make you feel out of control. You had that, but no. Not out of control, like I'm not in control all the time. I don't mean I want a woman who makes me feel like everything's falling apart and going out of control. Yeah, I would have stayed married if that was the case. See, you guys are taking this the wrong way. You guys are running with this, and it's not correct. Papa Shab says Aaron likes to be tied up and pegged once in a while. That's not what I said. It's not even remotely what I said. Oh, Papa Shab, really? Is that cake lyric? I didn't like cake. All right, don't make a fucking joke about that. You guys are really dog walking me into these shots towards the end of the show here. Was that cake? I fucking hate those bands. I hate those groups. Did you really get me to quote a cake song? I fucking hate you now, Dive Bar. Now I'm upset. Now look at me. Now I'm going to be sweating. I'm not going into the Rumble chat because I know when I go back to it, it's going to say, oh yeah, you don't look like you hate cake. $80 away from today's goal. Knock it out. Chips and Diff says, how did you not know those lyrics, you dipshit? Because I don't listen to Cake. Isn't Cake The Distance? They fucking suck. I hate that song. That's the worst fucking song ever. I hate Cake. What other dog shit songs do they do? Those wannabe fucking, those hipster douchebags. Cake songs. I'm going to get songs about Cake. The Distance, Never There, Sheep Go to Heaven, Short Skirt, Long Jack. Oh, fuck Cake in the ass. Mustache Man. None of these are any good. Satan Is My Motor. Whoa, look out for these guys. They like the devil. Oh, go fuck your mom. I hate Cake. Yeah, see, Sam Show says you love Cake a little too much. Approachable says that shirt would suggest that you have a love-hate kind of relationship with Cake. This is not. Zenman Builds, you guys are not going to get me to keep quoting lyrics. I'm not doing it. Chips and Diff says 101 still plays these songs on repeat. Well, that's because they always were a shitty station outside of what we were doing. Andrew Sun says, I had almost forgotten how great this show can be without Johnny. That's a cheap shot. That's not very nice. Hey, I don't know, man. We're still $80 away from today's goal. So there's no, again, the show is only as good as whether or not the goal is hit. That's a good judge of quality there. So Andrew Son, you can't say that, oh, this show's great without Johnny. We're $80 away. We can still lose today. My man. Dive Bar says, yeah, but you liked the lyrics until you found out who wrote them. All right, shut the fuck up. We're moving on. I'm losing. That's what we do on this show. I'm starting to take an L. Let's move on. I'm not going to keep trying to tread water in a poisonous sea. You know? Let's watch Charles Barkley and, I almost said Jay-Z. Charles Barkley and Shaq get into it on Inside the NBA. You know, this Jay-Z thing, it's got a lot of people talking. This lawsuit where Jay-Z is basically accused of tag teaming an underage girl with Diddy. And, like, attaching someone to Diddy is basically a way of making them guilty. Like, if you can attach someone to Diddy, you're like, oh, yeah, they were here at this party together, and so I'm accusing them of this. It's like, well, were they at a Diddy party? And they're like, yeah, they were. Well, then guilty. But I do kind of agree with Jay-Z and his legal team. I think these women should have to, I do think that the women should have to use their names in the lawsuit, because I do feel like these guys have a right to confront their accuser. Zenman Builds with $1 says, Rumble Cake Fridays. We're not doing a shitload of cake songs for Rumble Friday. You guys aren't going to do that to me. Go on PayPal, go on Venmo, knock out that last $80. Here we go. Charles Barkley and Shaq get into a fight over Jay-Z. And Shaq walks. Are we getting an ad? We're getting an ad, aren't we?
Whether you're developing
only 5 seconds, though. We're only getting 5 seconds of an ad. That's tolerable.
In fact, you said you were a heavyweight, and he was.
It's like you said you were a heavyweight, and he was a flyweight. He's a flyweight. You got to work your way up to the champ.
You from New York? That man challenged you on
listen,
live TV.
Listen, man.
That man said he'll give you a chance.
You think Jay-Z or
probably not a good time right now.
God, I love Charles Barkley. Dude, his timing was spot on with that, too. Kenny's like, you think Jay-Z? Ixnay on the AZJ.
That man said he'll give you a chance.
You think Jay-Z or
probably not a good time right now.
Probably not a good time right now. God, I'm sorry. I know that Charles Barkley is a polarizing figure. I love him.
Probably not a good time right now.
You're silly, man. You're silly. You're wrong.
Oh, that wasn't a fight. Shaq isn't walking off because he didn't like what Charles said. Mediaite, you guys got to figure out how guys do shit. Shaq didn't want to be on camera laughing his fucking dick off about Jay-Z the billionaire, so he took a walk. He took a walk for a second while Charles Barkley fearlessly took a Jay-Z shot.
Listen, man.
That man said he'll give you a chance.
You think Jay-Z or
probably not a good time right now.
You're silly, man. You're silly. You're wrong. You're silly, man. You're silly, man.
Go see if you can fix the wall, will you, Shaq?
The wall, man.
Yeah.
He says he goes to walk behind the wall to laugh his fucking ass off. That's why he's leaving. Is it Peter Vesey? Is that the other guy? I feel like I'm getting that wrong. I think it's Peter Vesey from inside the NBA. He's turning around so you don't see him laugh. And Charles Barkley, like this is one of the most satisfying feelings you can have as like a host or a comedic performer is you got people to hide their laughter. You got people to laugh with their hands over their faces and hiding behind walls. You made a 7'3" man with knee and back problems stand up, which has got to be excruciatingly painful. So he could walk behind a wall to laugh at your joke. That's fantastic. That's great work. That's A1 work by Charles Barkley.
Listen, man.
That man said he'll give you a chance.
You think Jay-Z or
probably not a good time right now.
You're silly, man. You're silly. You're wrong. You're silly, man. You're silly, man.
Go see if you can fix the wall, will you, Shaq?
Fix the wall, man.
Yeah. Here, back here.
Fix the wall,
I'll go
man.
see if I can fix the wall.
My point was
too soon, Kenny.
My point was
Too
you
soon.
think Kendrick Lamar? How about
And then Kenny Smith goes, all right, fine, Kendrick Lamar. That is great. But look at the headline. This is bullshit. Look at this. Shaq walks off inside the NBA set after Charles Barkley's awkward comment about bombshell Jay-Z lawsuit. That's not what happened at all. Charles Barkley makes quick-witted Jay-Z joke. Shaq walks off stage to laugh. That's the headline. But Mediaite has to make it sound like it's, oh boy, Shaq walked off the show because Charles Barkley was, dude, that's one of those rare moments on TV where you're watching and you're like, those guys are having so much fun. I want to be there. Barkley and Shaq have both gone to white parties. Shaq has gone to a lot of them, says Los Tejas. Well, innocent until proven guilty? Question mark. Yeah, Sam Show says he didn't walk off. He's hiding. Exactly. That's such a bullshit headline. Rexstart parody account says that desk has to be the most fun job in sports. I don't know. I think that desk that Chris Russo's at every day, that would be kind of fun. Listening to Mad Dog lose his fucking mind every day. There's Jay-Z parties. And what's the producer's name again? You guys are good at remembering this shit. That producer he threw under the bus for watching Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. It's gonna go. They're gonna get it. They're really good at this stuff. He was Chris something. He watched Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. He watched it and he doesn't care about sports. Whatever sports desk Mad Dog is ranting at is the desk I want to be sitting at. Jay-Z was sued because he's molesting people. $5 from Silverwolf. Says, dude, what the fuck? Proof we live in the Matrix. You are the third show I listened to this week that brought up the band Cake. Well, I did it against my will. Steve. Yeah, thank you, Chips and Diff. Steve. I can't remember what Steve's last name was on Mad Dog's show. Yeah, Steve went to a Diddy party. That's what he does. Steve goes to Diddy parties and he lubes himself up and he shoves himself in black men's assholes. Oh, man. $75 away from today's goal. We got a half hour before we got to rattle the cans. I don't think we rattled them yesterday. I don't think we rattled them on the evening show last night. Let's keep that fucking streak alive, huh? We didn't rattle them Tuesday night. We didn't rattle them. I think Tuesday morning we rattled them. But, like, no rattling cans for, like, the last 3 shows. Let's keep that up and let's end the week that way. $75 away. Throw it in. Nothing on Venmo yet. So we've tackled every single funding platform for this show but Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Thank you very much, Silverwolf, for the $5. That, by the way, puts Silverwolf at 207 for the week. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for contributing to this program. All right, let's this is, speaking of sports, we're going to stay in the sports world for just a second. This is a little much. Do you remember that brawl that broke out a couple of weeks? It's about 2 weeks ago now. Between Michigan State and Michigan and Ohio State, because Michigan fucked up Ohio State and then they tried to plant their flag in the turf at the Horseshoe. And then Ohio State players got mad and then a giant brawl ensued. Well, that's really all that needed to happen, right? I mean, they have their fight. It gets broken up. It becomes the big sports topic for a while, and then it goes away. Unless you have a really opportunistic douchebag in your state house and he wants to try and make a name off of this relatively nothing story at this point. A state representative wants to make flag planting at Ohio Stadium a felony in response to the brawl that broke out in the wake of the Ohio State-Michigan game last week. Are you fucking kidding me? Flag planting has been the subject of debate. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. I have heard nobody debate this since it happened. Those of us who understand sports get it that when you go into a rival's house and you beat them, you fuck with them a little bit. And we also know that if somebody tries to fuck around in your house, you stop them. You get a fight. It's entertaining. See you next year. Flag planting has been the subject of debate since the two teams, as well as several others, came to blows during college football's rivalry week. Well, it's college. They experiment. A handful of those rivalries saw the visiting team winning, resulting in those teams making the defiant decision to plant their flag in the team's home field. My favorites, though, are when the opposing team tries to plant their flag in that synthetic turf. You can't do that. It's like carpeting. It's like trying to plant a flag in your carpet at home. That was the most fun. State Representative Josh Williams is apparently bored as fuck. As reported by the Columbus Dispatch, Williams on Tuesday introduced House Bill 700, also known as the OHIO Sportsmanship Act. Get it? Ohio. Per Williams' bill, no person shall plant a flagpole with a flag attached to it in the center of the football field at Ohio Stadium of The Ohio State University on the day of a college football competition, whether before, during, or after. Oh, God. Fucking spare me, bro. Whoever violates this section is guilty of a felony in the 5th degree. Ohio House Speaker Jason Stevens was also quoted in the report expressing his belief that the bill is unlikely to pass. Please, no matter what party you usually vote for, if this does pass, vote against everyone who voted yes. Please. Otherwise, it's going to be a fucking problem. I mean, Jesus Christ. We need to ban planting flags at Ohio. No, are you kidding? That fight was incredibly exciting to watch. That was fun. Let's go to Turd Burglar. He says, what if the end result was minorities getting maced? I'm all for it. Wait a minute. You and I are not the same. No. Turd Burglar, we are not agreeing on that one. That's not what, I'm not trying to say that. Crowder wears panties says, what about a burning cross in the front? Yeah. What if they end up what if they end up winning the game and they go, well, I'm sorry, we cannot plant a flag at midfield anymore. It's against the law. How about a flaming cross? I don't think that's a good idea. Sam Show, yeah. Sam Show says, you better not put your fabric right here specifically. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just put it in the end zone then. How about that? We'll just put the fucking thing in the end zone and call it a day. Easy enough. I don't know. Unlikely to pass. Well, if it's unlikely to pass, let's not waste our time with it anyway. How about that? How about we just don't waste our time with the shit to begin with? Boys and girls, we are 20 some odd minutes away from rattling the cans and trying to knock out that mere pittance of a goal that's left for the week. $75 away. Throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Again, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, the only platform that has not had its palms greased so far on today's show. And, you know, PayPal loves your attention as well. Throw in a few bucks, and let's get this final pesky goal for the week all knocked out. Department of Transportation says Swedish fake money. I don't even know what that is. I'm going to call it $5 because it's light blue. That's all I know. Thank you very much for the Swedish fake money. That's very kind of you. $70 away from today's goal. Thank you to the Department of Transportation. We have to put the emphasis where the customer likes it. All right, there you go. $25 more, and we don't even do the last 5 minutes. How about that? Donald Trump's son posted a post targeting Zelensky on his social media account. Really? Is that what we're doing? We're calling this targeting. So apparently Donald Trump's kid, Don Jr., posted this on his social media account, and people are, of course, looking for reasons to fucking say that, you know, Trump's inciting or whatever. Here we go. So this is, I think Zelensky was last year's Person of the Year for Time Magazine, and this is what Trump's kid put up there. There's a boot. To be like awful and threatening and evil, and guys, your desperation is showing. Jesus Christ. Rusty Grammar says 27 SEK is $2.46 American. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thermodyne Diesel with 20 good old-fashioned American dollars. None of that funny money over here. Good old-fashioned US of A money. Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel. $55 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Keep throwing it in there, and we'll keep taking it. Wait, that sounded... No, that's not... No, you keep throwing it in there, and we'll keep taking it. That's not the... I wasn't saying that... That wasn't a dick... That wasn't like a thing where... I'm not gonna look at the Rumble chat for a second. Red Fox Mad. Oh yeah, we have this one. We were gonna go through this, but let's do it now. The guy who drove his car into a dealership. Thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate that, buddy. Very nice of you. Just about all the way there. We're on the 50 side of 55 away from knocking out today's goal. Continue on. Keep rallying up like those guys were. And we'll be done in no time here. Let's go ahead and look at this one. This was, so this guy wanted to return a car. And different dealerships have different rules, I think, right? Like some have like certain windows where you can bring the car back. Others, it's like you drive it off the lot. There's a fee, whatever. Whatever the case was for this dealership, this guy was not happy.
That's the video everybody's been talking about since yesterday, and tonight we're learning more about what happened inside that car dealership in Sandy yesterday after a car smashed through the front doors.
On purpose. This was the customer's response.
Well, God, I hope so. By the way,
After police...
unfortunate pause here, but she's weird hot. Does that make sense? Like, great tits. But, like, there's something funny about her. Maybe it's the hair, but, like, she's hot to me. Like, she's really hot to me. But, like, I feel like she shouldn't be. Is that making sense? She's hot, but I don't think it's... I don't think she's supposed to be hot.
Say he was angry that he was not getting his money back from a car purchase earlier in the day.
Kristen McPeak spoke with the dealership manager
Oh,
about
it's the
how
same
it all
day?
turned out.
Uh-oh.
I'm outside of Tim
Oh, she's a cutie, too. They got cute blondes on this station. Good for them. Good hiring practices.
in Sandy, the Mazda here. You can see there is some damage on the outside of the building, but it's really hard to see. Now, inside, it
Almost like a fucking car went through it.
was a complete
There's a little bit of damage on the outside. Oh, yeah, no shit. That's
wow mess. I have arrest documents from police right here in my hand, and that details what led up to this confrontation.
Oh, it was a good shot though. Like, he came in nice and straight. I mean, if I had to judge like the quality of the impact, that was pretty good. One more time.
That's what led up to this confrontation.
By God, it's stone cold. By God, it's stone cold. And business is about to pick up, King.
It was
Should have been a beer truck.
Massive explosion. It sounded like a bomb went off.
Tyler Slade manages this Tim Dolly Mazda in Sandy.
Holy shit. Don't these guys just look like their job sometimes? When they said, here's the manager of the Mazda car dealership. Like, before they said that, I looked at the guy, I'm like, that guy looks like the manager of a Mazda car dealership. That's exactly what I would expect him to look like. That looks like the sketch drawing.
Video shows the moment a driver drove his newly purchased car through the front of the building.
Whoa! I only talk to God when I need a favor. Sorry, he looks like Jelly Roll to me. It's just a fat guy with a beard. That's the only reason he's Jelly Roll.
According to arrest documents, Michael Murray was upset. He wanted his money back for a car he purchased earlier in the day.
We were sympathetic to finding him a vehicle that would fit his limited budget.
And Slade said he agreed.
Oh, so he bought, okay, so you go to one of these dealerships, and one of the things they don't like is poor people. And when poor people come into these dealerships to buy a car, the dealership people are like, oh, I wish you would have went to one of these buy here, pay here, like budget used car lots where they sell you dog shit for really cheap. When you go to a dealership and you have a small budget and you're looking for a car, they're like, all right, let's go behind the building. Like, you know the scene in Borat where he tells them how much money he has and they sell him an ice cream truck from a consignment lot? That's kind of what they're talking about. Now, when they get rid of these steaming piles of shit that they sell people, there's usually no refunds and no takebacks. The problem is you just sold a car to a desperate poor guy who's strapped for cash. So if the desperate poor guy who's strapped for cash isn't happy, he doesn't have very much to lose. He'll drive the fucking car right into your front door. You know, he's not a poor guy on a budget because he makes really awesome decisions. So you kind of... This is why dealerships don't typically like selling to guys like him. They're like, it's kind of a wild card. Profit margin, not so great. We just kind of get this eyesore of a car off our lot.
Read on this one after they told him.
And this is not a car that we have inspected, but it fits your budget, and we're going to sell it on a wholesale market. But if this is something you would like to buy.
After
so that's exactly what happened. Okay, so it wasn't certified. They haven't checked it. So he bought it. It was a piece of shit. It was broken down. It probably needed repairs right away. But they told him that up front. Like, this is one of those times where I actually side with the dealership. I side with the scummy used car dealers. Because they told him right up front, we were going to sell this thing at wholesale. Like, we were going to, this is our shit lot. Like, I can't tell you that this is a good car. I can just tell you that you can afford it. It could be a piece of shit. He's like, I'll take it.
He was fine with that and signed all the documents.
Hours later, Murray was back.
The emotion of the customer was just too high.
Demanding his money. Slade says they tried to talk with Murray. Then, this. Sergeant Greg Moffitt with Sandy Police has worked in the field for over 20 years.
And did you know what Greg Moffitt was doing when this was all going on? You guys aren't going to believe this. He was sitting on his tuffet. Little Miss Moffitt sat on her. That's what he was doing when this was happening. His brother's name is Hester Moffitt. You know Hester Moffitt, The Rest of Me, Find the Rest of Me. He actually has a storage unit. There's a guy's head in a jar in it. Silence of them. Never mind.
I've never seen anyone get to a point of frustration with a business that they drove it intentionally through.
You never went to an Arby's with my dad then. Get mad.
A business.
How miraculous is it that no one got hurt in this?
Hold on, time out. What's that word, sweetheart?
Business.
How miraculous is it that
one more time?
Through a business.
How miraculous is it?
Miraculous. That's something amazing that happens when you're looking into a mirror. It's miraculous.
A business.
How miraculous is it that no one got hurt in this?
I was really surprised when I saw the video. The first thing that I thought of was that's crazy, and then two, like I couldn't.
Shut up. The first thing you thought was the first thing we all thought. You thought about going on YouTube and playing Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme music.
Believe that.
He says by crashing the car into the dealership, it made things a lot worse.
No shit. Who sent us this? Red Fox Mad? Thank you. This story has really brightened my day. He said when the fat man drove the car through the front door of the dealership, it actually made things worse. It did not improve the situation. Really?
Wow.
One of the things that I've noticed throughout my career is there's a lot of things, a lot of cases, a lot of incidents that can be avoided by exercising some patience.
And for Slade?
Dealerships really want to do right by the customer, including solving emotional situations where if you want to bring the car back, great, we'll bring the car back. We're not here to force you to buy a car you don't want to buy.
And I have those arrest documents right here in my hand. It says that Murray is facing the charges of criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and economic interruption, property damage. We have more on our website, KUTV.com.
Good thing he didn't plant a flag in the middle of a football field. He really would have been shit out of luck. Jeez. Easy Money's wife with $4.99 says, God, your lame jokes. Somehow a little funny. Thank you. I think it's a degree of adorable that most people don't possess. Certainly not on the internet. Thank you for the $4.99. Hey guys, that puts us an even $50 away from calling today another win for the toe. So let's go ahead and knock out that last 50 and call it a W. What do you say? Chips and Diff says this reporter is awful. Would still smash. Oh yeah, she's beautiful. She's gorgeous. Nobody's going to deny that. The anchor's hot. The reporter's hot. There's no ugly person in this story except the guy driving the car. So, no issue with that. Hey, guys, I have terrible news for you. While you throw in on Venmo, and still nothing on Venmo, by the way, today, if you want to be a hero. If you want to throw in on PayPal, Streamlabs, you want to gift some memberships on YouTube, you want to throw in a Rumble rant or a Super Chat, we're only $50 away from another win for the toe and a perfect week here at Steel Toe. Thank you guys so much for your support. Let's see if we can hammer that out by the end of the regulation period here. $50 is the number. I say just 5 or 10 at a time. Nice and easy. Or the whole 50. Who the fuck am I to stop you? Fred Durst is unhappy. And if Fred Durst is unhappy, my 8th grade childhood is unhappy. And the thing Fred Durst is upset about today is that all of us, you, me, all the Limp Bizkit maniacs out there, we don't understand the brilliance of the song Nookie. I didn't know that Fred felt this way. I had no idea. Like the whole time that Limp Bizkit had been around, I didn't know that Fred Durst thought that Nookie had been sold short. But it's a problem. Fred Durst's complaint is that none of us listened to the story in the song Nookie. They just listened to the catchphrase. I want to be, look, I know you guys might try to fight this and you guys might think this is silly. Allow me to be the first one to raise my hand and apologize to Fred Durst for not grasping the complexity of I did it all for the Nookie. Come on. The Nookie. Come on. So you can take that cookie and stick it up your Stick it up your because we just sang along with it. We didn't really think about what it meant. And I know that we all thought we were having fun at the time. And we all thought this, hit new song with a catchphrase. You didn't know that you were hurting Fred Durst the entire time. And that was never our intention. That's not what we wanted to do. And I'm a big enough man to come to you and say, Fred, if we hurt your feelings in any way and we've upset you in any way, we're sorry. That was not our intent. And when something happens that was not our intent, you be a man and you apologize. He came into this world as a reject. Look into his eyes. Then we really, this song is about pain. It's about simping. It's about trying to get some pussy. And all we did was sing along like a bunch of babbling retards and not, you know what? Fred Durst also said that the only way he's going to be able to get over the heartbreak of people not quote unquote getting the song Nookie is by you guys knocking out the rest of the goal. Limp Bizkit vocalist Fred Durst's current role as elder statesman of nu metal, is that his title? Do you guys remember voting? Was that on the ballot this year? Is a far cry from the Durst that fronted the aforementioned chart-topping band Limp Bizkit during the peak of their late 90s and early 2000s fame. As Durst himself has confessed over the years, much of the obnoxious and over-the-top persona that soaked up the spotlight during that era was a character of sorts. What? Now I feel lied to. Now I want to take back my apology. You mean he didn't walk around all the time with a backwards red Yankees cap on? Fuck. Amplifying and exaggerating various traits of his personality for better or for worse. Just say you're a pro wrestling fan. It's fine. While the backwards red cap, hard partying lifestyle, and in your... I never thought of Fred Durst as like a hard partying guy. Fred Durst, even when he was in his 20s and becoming famous, always struck me as the kind of guy who was in bed at a reasonable hour. Like Fred Durst always struck me as the guy who after like 4 beers went, oh man, these are making me sleepy. I never thought, like I saw Kid Rock and I also saw the guys from Korn as guys who would get to bed at a reasonable hour because they would get tired from drinking and, bitching about the bourgeoisie. But I definitely saw Fred as a guy who got tired after a few beers. As Durst's mainstream profile grew, so too did his ego, leading to publicized clashes with numerous other high-profile artists, including Eminem and members of Creed, Slipknot, and ICP. Now, ICP, in fairness, fought with everybody. It was a way to get attention. Unfortunately, with his personality always turned up to 10, the character he developed for public consumption also wound up catering to a frat boy mentality. Don't do that shit where you sit there and go, oh, don't Amy Schumer this shit where you go, oh, yeah, it's, I'm sad that we drew this frat crowd kind of, or frat group kind of crowd. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't have had shit. Now, what's his problem with Nookie? Why is he mad at us for that? Now, Durst insists that despite much of Limp Bizkit's catalog being written off as vapid anthems of misogynistic jocks, there was some actual depth to some of the songs he penned. Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember, without Limp Bizkit, I don't think there's a Nickelback. One such song is Nookie, the lead single from the band's 7-time multi-platinum album, Significant Other. Known for its infectious chorus of I did it all for the Nookie, the song admittedly didn't age well in an era of political correctness. But while the face value assessment was seemingly that Durst was merely sex-motivated, the actual inspiration for the track had a much deeper and painful meaning for him. That's right, guys. Fred Durst wants you to know that Nookie really hurt his feelings. And he thinks you guys missed the point of... And I understand it. I understand how you and I missed the point of Nookie. It is a rather deep song. Speaking in a newly published interview with DaysDigital.com, that's how you know you're back, by the way. Durst not only spoke of his beauty routine, oh, fucking A, but also about Nookie. He said, quote, "The funny thing about that, though, is nobody listened to the story in Nookie. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. None of you bothered to listen to the words, man. They just listened to the catchphrase. It's like when I say Rage Against the Machine, they listen to fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. They don't listen to the rest of it." Again, I want to apologize for not understanding the depths of Fred Durst. Nookie, the first time I had been intimate with someone, it happened later, and I was very much head over heels in love because of that, and I was just that guy. I was very much a vulnerable person in that world, and I couldn't believe it even happened. So I fell in love, and then this person was sleeping with other people, and people would say, "Fred, you're so upset. Why are you staying?" And I'd say, "Because we made love." I found a different way to say that. I did it all for the Nookie. So you're saying your song, which was about doing everything for pussy, we didn't get how deep it was because the real meaning of the song was you doing everything for pussy. Fred, I don't know how deep you thought that song was, but it sounds like all of us pretty much got it. It's kind of awkward now, isn't it? Like now Fred Durst is even douchier than we already knew he was. Because on one hand, we're sitting there going, "Oh yeah, the song's about how you did it all for pussy." He's like, "You guys just don't listen to the words and you don't understand the depths of the song. God, Mom, you're so stupid. Ma, I gotta do this now." And we're like, "Oh, Fred, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. What is the song all about?" "Well, if you listen to the words, you'll see that it's all about me doing everything I did for sex." Right. That's what we thought it was. "No, but like everything I did was so that she would sleep with me." Yeah, right. That's what we thought the song was about. "Yeah, but do you guys really yeah. It's not, I mean, honestly, no offense, Fred, but it makes only God knows why, sound like Tears in Heaven. I mean, it's not the deepest song in the world, buddy. I'm sorry. Baba Shab says, "It's a cuck anthem. Of course you liked it in 8th grade. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. 209 with 100. A red boy. I love a red boy. Look at that. 209, you're $1 away from cracking into that top 4 and beating Doorman. $100 from 209. And that's going to be another win for the Toad. No 5-minute beg session. It's over. We got our W, and I think you guys are like $30 into Monday. Thank you very much, 209. A donation in the name of Fred Durst. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Papa Shab says, "Is RFK donating now? The fuck?" Sorry, 209 just really liked that we did some Fred Durst shit today. I always try to tell people who start out streaming, they're like, "Aaron, what's some of your secrets?" I'm like, always be honest with your audience. If you're not honest with them, make sure to tell the truth at some point and apologize for when you don't. Don't take yourself too seriously. Anytime people criticize you or shit on you, just own it and make it funny. And another thing, don't disrespect Limp Bizkit because you'll lose audience. If you show proper respect to Fred Durst, people will find you. They will find your show, and you will be okay. That's always the advice I have for young broadcaster. Fred Durst says, what I did it for then was the love, and what I do it for now is for the love. I have a new daughter. She's 8 months old. Fred. Howdy, Fred. Fred, let's not talk about the meaning of the song Nookie and your young child in the same breath. I talked to some of the other guys and they found it uncomfortable. That's all we're saying. Thank you very much, 209 for that $100. I love seeing, man, just seeing that red bar across the YouTube screen. I dig it. One more time. Oh, that looks so nice. The pink 50s always look good too. Even an orange 20 looks good, but nothing looks quite as good as that red bar. Red bar. Hey, have flashing across your screen. Thank you very much, 209, for your kindness. You know what? I got to say, Trucker 18-Wheeler says, no begging. What's the point of Steel Toe now? Papa Shab says, SP must be out of a meeting and had the extra money. Oh, she's so sweet. Goat Wrangler says, you might say it has all been done for the nookie. It has. It has. Kloppo Graham has been fucking drilling it lately on his... I even offered Kloppo Graham some money, and he just said my thanks was enough. Kloppo Graham has been sending us links, and they've been hitting. Like, all the stories that Kloppo Graham has really been knocking it out of the park lately. So let's see. I'm gonna give him another one here, and I hope it's not the kiss of death. Head of the Federal Aviation Administration to resign, allowing Trump to pick his successor. Yes. This is great. So, like, all of these guys are going to be stepping down and letting Trump run the whole show. This is awesome. And, you know, look, I think it's time for a new head of the FAA. Like, wasn't air travel fucking dreadful these last 4 years? Like, planes were breaking down, stalls on the runway. It just seemed like there was way more bad news about planes this past 4 years than there have been in the past. Kiff with 199 says, favorite movie in the Predator series? ? Hashtag Kyle Majestic. Oh, did you put the word Predator in there and then Patrick Melton's original YouTube channel name, you sneaky bastard? How dare you? Can I admit something that's going to upset some people, and I can't help it? I've never seen any of the Predator movies. Sorry. I'm sorry. Don't remove donations. Don't do that. MSO says, be sure he will start begging for tonight's goal. Stop it, MSO. We don't have a show tonight. We're $30 into Monday. Now you're just being bitter. MSO, this is sour grapes because we didn't get a begging segment today and I didn't have to twist in the wind for it. You know it's going to happen again. You know we'll be back there on Monday. Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Thank you. Yeah, Kloppogram, thank you very much. I think that's awesome that we're getting a new FAA director. All right, do you guys want to watch Kevin Brennan, Bob Levy, and Chad Zumach all react to Gino Bisconti losing his Twitter account? This is... I feel like the Misery Loves Clips. Oh, by the way, Misery Loves Clips gets another $5. We're about to do one of his things here. Hold on. Let's find. We got to find it, man. I said if we play people's shit, that we got to give them $5. Let's go on the Venmo. Let's charge. I think it's Misery Clips, right? Is it all one word? Yep, there it is. Misery Clips, $5. Thanks for the Brennan Gino clip. Pay that man. Pay that man his money. There he goes. And $5 from Misery Loves Clips. And we're good to go. Here we are. Okay. Kevin Brennan and Gino Bisconti are no strangers to controversy towards one another. They've been fighting for years. They were okay, then they weren't okay, then they liked each other, then they hated each other. A lot of it seemed to be that Kevin Brennan wasn't working at Compound Media anymore, and Gino was working at Compound Media. And that did not sit well with Kevin, so he would kind of monitor what was going on at Compound, and he would shit all over everyone who worked there. Misery. Now, you have to admit that between Brennan and Cumia, Brennan won. I think we can declare it. Kevin Brennan beat Anthony Cumia. Cumia let Misery Loves Company go. Well, it was burning bridges on Compound Media, but like, you look at how Misery Loves Company took off, and I mean, like, all told, when we're on the air, we're doing 1,000 people at a time at our peak. But like Kevin, I think I haven't watched in a while, but he's still doing like 1,000 people on YouTube alone, right? And I don't know if he streams on multiple platforms. Maybe he doesn't. But he's got a nice sized audience. He's got a nice little show. And those 1,000 people watching at a time, if you could get like 10% of them to sign up for Compound Media to watch Kevin Brennan do a show a week, I mean, that would have been what? An extra $1,000 a month for old Kevy Brenny to do a show once a week. Throw another $1,000 a week or a $1,000 a month in Kevin's pocket. Maybe get a few other shows that draw some money off platform. See, because when you put everything behind a paywall, it only guarantees that your audience is only going to shrink. It's only going to go down over time. You got to give some level of free access so that more, and you got to appeal to algorithms and shit like that so you can grab new fans. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe. If you just keep everything behind a paywall and you can go, we can say the N-word, that's great for the people that have it, but it doesn't encourage any growth. Gino would always tell me, he goes, yeah, E-Rock says every time Steel Toe does a show on Compound, we get a little bump in subscribers. And it's like, well, okay, then we're drawing money. You want people who are drawing money. Kevin Brennan, if they could have worked out a deal together for Burning Bridges to come back, Kevin would have brought a few hundred people with them, and he would have more than paid for himself. You could get to the point now where, like, Compound could have been a really weird, wild fucking thing if you would have thrown Brennan on. Because, like, remember Monday through Thursday, they'd have different shows on at night? Like, if you had Brennan instead of Chrissy, you would have drawn more subscribers. Because Chrissy, I feel like, kind of had this weird thing where she wanted to keep her Simpcast and Based brand and video game dork grift separate from I'm associated with Anthony Cumia. I felt like she wanted to keep those two things separate, which Kevin Brennan wouldn't do that. Kevin Brennan would be like, here's all the shit I'm doing. I think Brennan would have been a bigger draw than Chrissy on Monday nights. Honestly, that 21 Guns show, I love those guys. I think they're great. But they didn't draw a dime. You put like a Zumach on Tuesday nights on Compound Media, Zumach would have brought a couple hundred people with him. If you would have given Chad $200 a week, he would have brought you enough people to pay for himself to do a show once a week on Compound Media. You put us there one night a week. You give us $200 a show, we would have brought you more than enough to pay for ourselves. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Who else? You could have, who else would draw a crowd for you? Not Ray DeVito. Stop it. Stop it right fucking now. But like, I don't know, like throw like one of the Law Tube guys on there. You put Sean on a Thursday on Compound. Sean would have brought a whole bunch of people to you, and he would have more than paid for himself, and he would have taken a night off from his streaming to cut a 1 or 2 hour show on Compound. Why not? You got to draw in people from different places, because Opie and Anthony has been dead, RIP, for 10 years. Nobody gives a fuck about O&A anymore. So you're living off the husk of that. You got to draw in new people from different shit. And then maybe they discover the Anthony Cumia show from, coming over from Kevin, coming over from Sean, coming over from me or Chad or something like that. It would have been low cost, low risk, probably would have paid for itself, and it would have upped your subscriber base and made you more visible on a free platform. That's why I think Keith the Cop losing the Legion of Skanks guys was utterly fucking retarded. You could have got those Legion of Skanks guys to do a show every week and still let them do their own streaming platform like they want to. I mean, you missed out on the growth of Dave Smith and the high-profile shit he's doing. Lewis and Jay are doing very well. Like, you lost all these people who raised your profile. You got to have a free part of it and then a paywall part of it. And a guy like Kevin could have been a huge asset to Compound Media.
Michaeline.
Fucking lunatic. So Gino gets his YouTube taken away, and Kevin just starts popping champagne and drinking right away. Which, by the way, that drinking that whole bottle, I can just feel the headache you have after. Champagne's a headache booze.
Now they have time to go on a... They don't. I think you're being ironic, Liam. I think you're being ironic. Thank God Kiki has her big podcast deal. Did I even talk about that? So they're fucked.
By the way, is that big podcast deal? Did E-Rock put together like a website or like a thing where we'd have a bunch of people he knows do podcasts and see if, because the whole point behind starting a podcast network is you and your friends, like they don't all have the same audience, and you go, hey, do a podcast once a week on my thing, and then some of your fans will come watch my thing, and then, you know, you're trying to just cobble together something from a whole bunch of people's different audiences. Is that what that is? I mean, that's fine to go for it, you know.
They're fucked. So she and Michaeline, I was watching Chad's show. Oh, Chad's here. I was watching Chad's show because
you know, this is good. It's good to have Kevin and Chad talking about Gino losing his YouTube, because there's two. I mean, those two guys right there are going to be really fair in their analysis. This is going to be them just beating the shit out of them, aren't they? Oh boy, this could be hard to watch.
Zumach.
I reported it.
Texted me, but then I lost my train of thought.
It's because you're old. You'll be fine.
Oh,
Take
yeah.
another drink.
Keanu made $4 yesterday in Super Chats.
For a 4-hour stream, she made $4.
That's impossible.
It's been confirmed by 3 people.
Wait, 4 hours?
Could you guys throw Keanu a couple of bucks if you're watching her show? I mean, unless it cuts into your contributing to Steel Toe budget, then, you know, fuck her. But could you throw her a couple of bucks so Kevin Brennan and Chad Zumach can't say shit like she made $4 in 4 hours?
Of course.
4 hours.
I'd sell you guys my dog before I'd make $4. Well, actually, what I do is just like maybe not go on that day and be like, you know what, it's bad time.
Stream $4
with her mom.
I think she was playing a video game or something. I don't know.
With Chrissy Mayer?
No, there's some other dumb broad that she brings on, this blonde.
Oh yeah.
She's like an E-Rock thing. But I was the one who broke the news of Gino's channel. It was because it happened.
I thought this was supposed to be a temporary studio. Remember when he yelled at me because I said, "Hey Chad, that doesn't look too bad. It looks like a radio studio almost. That looks pretty good." And he's like, "It's just temporary. It's not the real studio. It's not." Wasn't that like 2 weeks ago? Can't you get into your permanent studio in those 2 weeks? Come on. It looks fine. I think you should keep it. Honestly, I think Chad should just stream from there. I think the white makes it look lighter and more inviting. There's nothing wrong with what Chad's doing. He didn't have to get all pissy with me.
Well, Stallion 19 had the clip. Everybody in my chat was like, Gino just lost his channel. And then all of a sudden, Stallion 19 DM'd me going, hey, I got the clip. And I played it. But I'm the one who...
Stallion 19. Oh, sorry. Stallion 19. So you're going to DM Chad, but you won't DM me when I'm trying to give you money? What the fuck, bro?
I mean, everyone was texting me left and right. It was insanity.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you didn't, but I mean, you were the one you were the one who was live when it was happening.
I was the first broadcaster to talk about it.
Look at TM Zumach breaking more news. Jesus Christ with this guy. It's funny how TM Zumach was like an ironic thing. It's kind of like another win for the toe. Like another win for the toe started as people trying to be like, yeah, I fucking hate Aaron. And then Steel Toe started stacking more wins. And so then we kind of took it from them, and now it's another win for the toe. It's a funny thing we do. Same thing with TM Zumach. People are like, hey, TM Zumach, what are you breaking news? Then he started breaking the compound thing. He started breaking the Gavin's not bringing everybody aboard thing. He broke the Rekieta arrest thing. I mean, Chad was kind of on a roll of legit breaking news.
Jim in Florida, you're in hot water. What's up, my friend?
Dude, it's got a notification that your YouTube channel was terminated.
What?
I have
This
no
guy's
idea.
a sock.
Screen went blank and a thing came up saying this YouTube channel's been terminated.
Jesus Christ, they really go
my
on
YouTube's
for
dead?
They really go on for 27 minutes in this clip. We might cut this short in a little bit here. Holy fuck.
But Chad, shouldn't it be like all thrilled that it's happening? Because isn't Gino like the coolest, and he was shitting on us for being YouTubers, etc.
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem with Gino's whole take on, like, you know, he's shitting on them for being YouTubers and stuff like that. Like, I don't think Gino wanted to lose his YouTube. I don't think that was his main point. Like, you don't want to lose any platform that you're on, that you lose audience. The whole point of doing this is you want as many people to listen to this as possible. So you lose, especially YouTube, which is like your main engine. You're never going to feel good about that.
Yeah, no, he was. And listen, I got my Patreon zapped, and it's such a horrible feeling when it's just gone.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, no.
Yeah, but you didn't just get married.
Honestly, well, Chad doesn't have to worry about that. But there is a physical feeling that people who have lost a channel can relate to. Like, I've been banned on Twitch, and there's a literal, people talk about a sinking feeling. You literally feel your insides sink. And you feel your face lose color a little bit. It's really uncomfortable. And, like, especially if it happens to you while you're on the air, you're trying to not put that out there for people. You're trying to present something other than the inside feeling that you've got going on. Oh, I can't imagine having to go through it live.
I didn't. Gino did.
You can confirm that you didn't.
Yeah, that's TM Zumach's confirming they're married.
I have no idea. I was watching it. Screen went blank and a thing came up saying this YouTube channel's been terminated.
We've all seen Gino lose his channel. So let's just go to a part here where Kevin just goes off on his own.
Is flat broke?
Oh.
I'm gonna send a link to
He's
Keanu.
doing the flat
Anybody
broke
have
Gino
Keanu's? I have her blocked.
I have her blocked. Kevin, I want to get Keanu on the show. Oh, I blocked her.
Ain't gonna be. Somebody said I should get champagne. I actually just had a bottle. I don't know what I think Tim gave this to me a long time ago, but I never thought. It's more like, at this point, it's more like a gag.
I think we're good.
And I thought there was nothing happening today. Ray showed his balls on. Oh yeah, let's watch that Ray clip while we're waiting. Who we're waiting for? Nobody. Ray's.
Yeah, I think the rest of it is just shameless spiking of the football at that point. I mean, that's the thing about, like, those internet rivalries and shit, is that, you know, when one of the guys takes a fall and looks like shit, the other guy gets to gloat and run his mouth and everything else. And look, I've gotten to do that to Patrick for months now. So I understand the feeling. But in the back of your head is always, there but for the grace of God go I. Like, you're like, oh, God, I hope nothing really shitty happens to me now and I don't have to go. You know, the whole thing is cyclical. So, like, you know, Kevin sometimes, you know, Kevin, though, unlike most people, Kevin doesn't usually find himself in the bad spot, you know? Because Kevin does his show and he fucking skedaddles and he has kids and he has a life. Like, all these guys who don't have kids, they end up looking like shit. You know, Melton, Carl, you know, all these other people. They'll embarrass the fuck out of themselves because this is their whole life. They can't walk away from it. Like, the more you're on, like, or Mersh, people like that, they're, you know, discording and tweeting themselves senseless and giving a shit what all these people are whispering on the internet and calling the police on kiwi farms. And it's like, See, like if you have a life outside of this, it helps limit the embarrassment, or at least for me in the last, 6 months, the embarrassment that you can go through. And I think that's why Kevin doesn't usually have a lot of this shit come back to him, is because Kevin just fucks off after he's done with his show and goes and does shit. The fucking production is misery no company wants to stand behind. I don't know. I think Kevin does a good show. I think Kevin does all right. Dive Bar says, well, her mom should have been showing more cleavage. Keanu's mom? There's no reason for that. She's a woman of a certain age and has some dignity, shall we say. Is it supposed to be Stallion 19, not Stalin? I've been calling him Stalin forever. Have I been fucking that up? Maybe that's why he doesn't DM me with his Venmo information. Because he doesn't think I'm talking about him. Trucker 18 Wheeler says Mersh doesn't have kids and he's a retard. Oh, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess if both things are true, then it's extra bad. But I think that compound thing could have been saved with some better programming decisions. I know when I used to talk to E-Rock, when I would be on that network, there were certain guys that E-Rock just didn't want to do business with because, as people, they were difficult to work with. And Kevin Brennan was one of them. I hope that E-Rock understands that Kevin Brennan does have an audience on his free platform that some of them would have went and bought Compound Media had he been on it. And they would have gotten subscribers. That could have helped. They should have been out there scouting shows that had a big, because they had Shane Gillis for what? Compound had Shane Gillis. I mean, it was before he was Shane Gillis, but he was on his way to being as big as he is now. And, they had a weekly, what was it called? A fair one? And, they could have rode that. They could have advertised and promoted that a little more. But it's, I just feel like they could have done a better job scouting and recruiting shows that had big followings to do once a week shows, because you can't grab somebody who has 200 people watching them, because only a very small percentage of those people are going to, you're lucky if you get 10% of those people to buy a membership to watch your paywall show. They already get enough content from you. So if you grab someone who has 1,000 or 1,500 people and you can get 10% of that, now all of a sudden you got 300-400. You got $3-4 a month extra coming in. Meanwhile, you're paying the person doing the show $1,000. You made some money. Congratulations. Now you don't have to put in all this cash every quarter to keep the thing afloat. But I feel like Compound just kind of limped along with what they had until Anthony got tired of footing the bill. And when you lose that ambition to grow, it's only a matter of time before it's all over. So a Kevin Brennan would have been great to have on once a week. I know, we don't bring aboard the people we like. We bring aboard the people who can draw. I think that's it. But we can sit here and wonder about that all day long if we want to. It'll never happen. It's all over but the crying. And now we move
the
on.
emotions.
Oh, my God. Don't talk yet. Let's go ahead and watch this one. This is a news story out of Illinois. And again, it's another one of those school stories where you're like, I feel like there should be tours of duty, and especially in elementary school. And after you've worked at an elementary school for 3-4 years, we got to move you out somewhere else before you go ballistic. Let's take a look at this one out of the Chicago suburbs, south suburbs of Chicago, Madison, Illinois.
Are still raw for Monica Heron and her son. She says he's been scared to go back to school. We want to warn you that
why, pussy? Show us why.
The video you're about to see might be hard for you to watch.
Just even before
it is hard to watch. Look at how flat the top of that lady's hair is. Oh my God! Thank you for warning us. What the fuck happened? The only way I can describe her hair is that one day she was out in her backyard and she was tunneling, and she was digging a tunnel, And she came up to grab a drink of lemonade, but somebody had started the lawnmower and was mowing the lawn. And when she came up from the tunnel, the lawnmower caught her right on top of the head and cut her hair right there. Anything outside of that specific scenario, I don't understand how that can happen to someone.
Seeing the video, just knowing that I send my child to school and he's not being protected.
Monique Heron
Well, then you know what we do? We call his father, and he goes to the school, and he
says she received this video from the principal of Maria Yates School last week. It's from a camera inside the school. It shows Heron's 8-year-old son running down the hallway, chased by a teacher's aide before she grabs him by the arm and swings him around. Then the woman in the video, who police say is Dion Gamble, is seen dragging him down the hallway before shoving him inside a classroom and eventually kicking him.
Okay. I'm here to play devil's advocate. Oh, consider the source. This is a very small video clip of what happened. And I know that school employees don't just do this shit. You know, they don't just grab a kid, drag him down the hallway, and put him in a room because, I've just fucking had it with this kid. This kid was causing a serious fucking problem. He's either a kid with behavioral issues, and you saw he was sprinting down the fucking hallway. So he's sprinting down the hallway. So already he's running from somebody, and as soon as they catch him, they grab him by the arm. They're in a full sprint, and they drag him into the room. And she didn't kick him. She pushed his feet in the doorway, so she didn't slam his feet in the door.
To see the video, I was shocked. I was shocked to see other adults on the video and nobody helped him or even try to report.
You know why? Because maybe you fucking parents are too quick to think that your precious sweetie pie little angel did nothing wrong. And that perhaps your kid was being a giant fucking pain in the ass, and that's why nobody tried to help him.
The behavior.
Heron says her son stayed in that classroom for at least an hour before walking himself down to the principal's office to tell someone what had happened. She was called by a school.
And it's never their fault, and they were always victimized, and that shit has changed in the last 30 years. It used to be if you got in trouble, your parents would come to the school, and even if you were right, you'd be like, Mom, I didn't do anything. You're like, shut up. Nope, the teacher's right. You must have done something wrong. And they would side with the school, and then you wouldn't do that shit again.
School administrator and eventually police. In the meantime, she says her son was put on the school bus to go home.
He was just put on the bus. His head was hurt, his arm was hurting. You know, I had to leave work, you know, and take him to the hospital. You know, so I'm like, why was he put on a bus?
On the day of the incident, Matheson police arrested Gamble on misdemeanor charges of battery and endangering the life and health of a child. She's due for her first court appearance December 31st.
Oh, shit, so she's up on like legit charges for that. Fuck. That's the other thing is schools now, they don't handle this shit internally anymore. Like they bring the cops in and there's charges and the whole deal. It makes it kind of difficult for these people to do their jobs. I remember kids like, I didn't go to like a school in the rough part of town, but I remember kids getting grabbed by the arm and dragged out of class and stuff like that. You didn't charge them with fucking battery.
First, Heron has also filed a lawsuit against Elementary School District
Of course she has.
and 4 unnamed adults who are only being identified as John Does.
So that's
Get ready for your fucking property taxes in that area to go up. The school's going to need some money.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 5 to 6 adults who stood by and did nothing.
Your name is Cass Casper? Okay, that's fucking badass name. I like that name. Cass Casper. I like that guy. And by the way, the reason that 5 adults stood by and did nothing is because that kid was probably being a fucking asshole. That's why they didn't do anything. Because the kid was running up and down the hall, probably knocking shit to the ground, pushing people. And so one of them ran him down, and they're like, oh, why didn't the other 4 do anything? Are they all just bad people? No, the other 4 probably saw what the kid did and went, oh, thank Christ somebody stopped him.
That is unfathomable to us, and we are seeking accountability from the district to ensure the parents of the community that this never happens again.
What do I do? You know,
What do you do? Stop it. You're looking for sympathy. What do I do? Well, you sue. You're an American. You sue. What do I do? I just don't understand. My child was dragged. I should be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. And don't worry, I'm sure when she gets the money from the settlement, she'll put it in a college fund for her little boy, and it'll be there for him because he had to go through this really traumatic experience, and for his trouble, she'll have a trust fund set up for him or a college fund, and her child will be afforded opportunities he otherwise wouldn't have. I'm sure that's how it's going to work.
You confused. And it's scary because...
And by the way, you didn't hire that attorney. He's going to work on commission. He'll take 35, 40% of what you make, and that'll be his payment.
Don't want it to happen again.
Heron tells us the school's principal informed her that Gamble is no longer there, but it's unclear whether she's been fired or placed on leave. We reached out to the school district, but so far...
So now a black woman lost her job because of you. Good job, sister soldier.
They've yet to acknowledge the incident. And we're also told the Department of Children and Family Services is aware of this incident and is also investigating.
Well, that's powerful video.
It really is. And they think there may be more video or at least more cameras to look at.
That's just it. Yes, there will be. There will be more video. There will be more cameras to look at. And I guarantee when they do come out, it's going to show, wow, this kid is a fucking cunt. This kid was really kind of a bag of shit. Helgi says it's always... By the way, how great that this is in this whole story, it's all black people except for one white guy, and it's the lawyer, and his name's Casper. That's fucking perfect. Perfect. It's always the shitty kids that have shitty parents ready for a big payout. Yeah, I agree, Helgi. Yeah, Klopogram thinks maybe Daniel Penny should have been working at that school. You know what? Then you wouldn't have these behavioral problems. Kid be running down the hall. He turns the corner, sees Daniel Penny. He's like, starts strolling real nice. He's fucking sprinting. He turns the corner. There's Penny. Put the brakes on. Hello, Mr. Penny. How are you? Good. How are you? Good. Just going to my next class. Not being a cunt at all. Good to hear. Good to hear. This is Bigot on socialist media said this is why the standard of education is dog shit. Teachers can't do anything. I have a hard time believing that kid was just oh so innocent and oh so good, and just that school employee was just having a terrible day and they just needed to drag a kid around by the arm. That's not exactly my Occam's razor approach. Aaron's Box with $1 says, get business and marital advice from this guy. Got it. Yeah, thank you, Aaron's Box. That's exactly what I'm saying. McBuster says, Melton is waiting for Aaron to stop to go on. Yeah. We all know why that is. Thank you guys very much. That is the end of today's show. I do appreciate it. Another great week for the toe. Let's have a fun Rumble Friday tomorrow, man. Let's throw in all those links. Let's watch some wild shit tomorrow. Let's be completely uncensored. We can say all the words that Gino gets to say now because we won't be on YouTube tomorrow. It'll be Rumble Friday. We hope you guys join us. It should be a lot of fun. Until then, take it easy, and I'll try not to get brain damage at boxing tonight. Have some fun. Be good to each other. Talk to you soon. But Zen Man, if Rumble Cake Friday happens tomorrow, you're going to see me get up to go to the bathroom a lot. Later, everybody.